Thanks for the subscription, Start Darling. We'll get started here shortly. Hi, hello. Sorry for the delay in getting everything started, but you know how technology is. You get everything squared away, and then something somewhere will, of course, inevitably twitch or break or not work exactly the way you 100% thought it was going to. So, we are here. We are live here on this Friday afternoon. Hopefully you're enjoying a decent day wherever you are. And if you're in the Illinois, Indiana, Ohio area, you'd hopefully survived a night of storm. And yes, hopefully you're caffeinated, and if not, get more, especially if you're more to the west. And so we are here today because we are doing an actual play of Hardwired Island, which is basically a retro future cyberpunk adventure. It is set in the far future of 2020. What that means is that Earth experienced I almost used fourth impact, but that makes you think of Evangelion, which is not quite what we're going for here. Basically, an extinction level event, I think is probably a better way of putting it. Basically, an asteroid slams into the Earth, and thus basically caused a lot of recalibrating of technology and things like that, where humanity decided that Earth was less viable and so pushed into space. So you end up with space stations and things like that with interesting levels of tech based around that. So let me go ahead and kick into this screen here so you can see my face. Hi, hello, it's me, my face. And you can see that basically you can see below we have all of the basically all of the crew is lined up in here, and basically we've got them using. It's Mark. Hi, he's the problem. Yeah, probably. I usually am. All right, so basically I'm gonna let these players talk, which is always the biggest downside to every GM is eventually you have to let your players talk, so they can ruin your plans. So, hey, troublemakers, introduce yourself, starting from left to right. So we'll start with Mike.
Hi, I'm Mike. I'm a troublemaker. I'm going to be playing Soyoung, who is the influencer, a rising star in the K-pop world, before a tragic space accident cut her career short. So this should be interesting, to say the least.
20.
Hi, sorry, I was nodding. I'm 20. My pronouns are she, her. I will be playing Mira, who is please hold. I can't remember her. She's a military veteran, and she is the soldier. But she's a kind-hearted person, and has scruples.
Excellent. Luna?
The mute button is hard to find. Did you know that? Hi, I am Luna. I will be playing Maru today. She is the hacker, also a cat girl, also roomies with So Young. I am also apparently an electronic musician and DJ, and formerly the notorious hacker Hex Decimal in my teens. And I am using my evil for good, as it were.
Excellent.
Hell
excellent.
yeah to the electronic musician.
Beep boop.
And last but not least, Tony.
Oh, definitely least. Hey, I'm Tony. I'm the social media person, and today I will be playing Jupiter, of course, named after the Sailor Moon character. She is a thief. She is a L4 disaster survivor, working as a courier to get back on her feet. Very cheerful, talkative woman who decided long ago that being positive in the face of adversity is always a worthwhile struggle. So I'm going to be having a heck of a time figuring out how to roleplay this. So.
All right, so that's our crew. So basically, we'll do some quick housekeeping. We are running this game on Roll20. That is where the dice rolling and things like that will happen. I am running the notes and things like that out of LoreLink, which is the application that you may have seen on the name of this channel. The LoreLink is a organizational system for GMs that helps keep all their notes and things like that together. So you'll see me going through here, basically looking things up, basically pulling up character notes and things like that, just to basically, because it's a quick and easy way for me to reference everything that's going on basically in a campaign like this. So housekeeping stuff basically for the crew to basically figuring out, because they're looking at basically none of them have played Hardwired Island before. So basically I myself, this is my first time doing a full GMing session of it. So basically you'll have to forgive us if we get rules wrong or stumble over stuff or take a couple of seconds to look something up. But that's why we have notes, and that's why they have play references and things like that. So please be patient with us. If we correct stuff, if we get something that is obviously wrong, feel free to drop a note in the chat to let us know. Hey, check out this, or check this, or this will make your life easier, etc., etc. Would be greatly appreciated. So for our characters, each of you will have a character basically under characters on the right side. Basically named after your character. So Tony, you have Jupiter, Luna, you have Maru, 20, you have Mira, and Mike, you have Soyeon. If you open your character sheet up, basically the big thing that you care about in the Roll20 character sheet is that line across the top. Someone actually was very nice and actually created a dice roller character sheet for Hardwired Island. It doesn't have a lot of rules references or things like that. It's not a fully developed thing. So if you see something like a trait or a talent that you're not certain of augment, you're not certain what they mean or what it does, go ahead and look in your player reference. That will usually explain what's going on with each of them. But the die roller is what we actually care about. So base number of dice you will roll in any circumstances is 2. So that number of dice basically being 2 basically usually will stay the same. If you get boosted or something like that, you will increase that number or decrease that number. Advantage, if you don't have advantage, that number should be 0. If you do have an advantage, basically it'll tell you you're rolling with advantage, and generally it'll go to 1. It can get higher if something happens to be really in your wheelhouse. But for the most part, advantage will be 1 or disadvantage will be 1. Ability is what ability score you are rolling. And if you scroll down a little bit, you'll see basically skill down. Basically, for cool, clever, tough, and quick are your 4 skills. So those are the 4 items which are in that drop box. And those are the bonuses that you get to the roll. And then you have any bonuses you get from your specialties. If you scroll down to the bottom, you can see specialties. So if you're taking an action which is named, like you're doing disable security, basically you get a 1. Basically, you're going to use your specialty, that will apply. If you're doing stealth, that specialty applies. If there is something else, basically you're like, hey, I feel like this applies here, basically bring it up and we'll look at it and be like, oh yeah, that definitely applies here. And then you get to add that specialty as well. So, and if you click the little D6 icon next to the words dice roller, that will actually roll what you have set up. And it will show you what you've rolled, and then basically adding together bonuses and things together. The thing you want to keep an eye out is when you do roll, if at least 2 of your dice show the same number, you have critical. Some actions and things like that will call out critical effects and things like that. Like guns and things like that have critical effects on them. They'll do more damage, which is something Mira will worry about. Otherwise, just something generally good will happen when if you roll 2 of the same number and succeed, because there is that. Rolling 2 1s may not get you where you need to go. Okay. Does anyone not have access to their character sheet and not see the die roller in there?
Looks good so far.
All good here.
Cool.
Yo.
I'm good.
Awesome. Excellent. Okay. So try to think if there's anything else. I think that's about it for starting things up. So what we will how this starts off is the 4 of you are all residents of an area of the Grand Cross known as the Marcia Stretch. It is located in the Neo-Melbourne district, which mostly just means that's a chunk of the original settlers to this part of the station were Australian. Basically, that does not mean you have to use bad Australian accents throughout this. Please.
Nar.
Thank God.
Bacon, a bloomin' onion.
Oh, thank goodness the Outback Steakhouse is here. But more importantly is this particular section of the Marcia Stretch section has become kind of a for those who are living in Indianapolis, basically very much Mass Ave is probably one of his kind of an area. It's very definitely like an LGBTQ type area. It basically, unlike maybe Mass Ave isn't the best there's a better section of town basically, which is escaped my mind. But in any case, basically, what? Broad Ripple? Broad Ripple. That's what I'm thinking of. Yes, Broad Ripple is the better. It's a better. That same kind of atmosphere of the fact that it's become kind of a refuge for LGBTQ, basically a safe space type thing, and so it has basically restaurants and cafes and clubs and things like that, which tend to lean more towards that demographic. However, it has not been necessarily the most maintained section of the station, whether that is on accident or on purpose, or because of the fact that people who are on the fringes of society tend to get ignored in terms of resources and things like that, and so areas where they live and congregate tend to not basically get the support that they need. Hard to say, but in any case, what that means is the fact that it is become ripe for capitalistic capitalistic support, basically moving in and helping improve the neighborhood. Read that this means that one of the large corporations in the area has showed up to help make things more friendly, more family friendly, more secure, basically help cleaning up the neighborhood, etc., and all sorts of nice phrases, which means that they are making it basically too expensive for people who live there to live there, and therefore when they move out, buying it out from underneath them, and while basically making some very nice, pretty empty storefronts.
We're not gonna pay last year's rent.
And there we got struck with the copyright.
It's not. I'm not singing it long enough to get a copyright infringement, Tony. Please. You have to use more than like 3 seconds worth.
Tony is very impressed with you and apparently thought you sounded like exactly like the Redcast recording.
I mean, yeah.
Got a feature in Star Trek Discovery.
I forgot that they did a musical episode of Discovery. I know that he went in Strange New Worlds. Did he?
No, that was Strange New Worlds.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
But Anthony Rapp was both in Rent and Discovery.
Check.
Okay, sorry. Back on topic. My bad.
It's fine.
I'll mute.
Check. In any case, so all of you've been kind of basically all of you have been kind of interacting with this basically kind of at a distance. Basically, it's hit all of you in different ways. Basically Soyeon and Maru, you've both noticed that your rent is starting to edge up slightly, as the landlord is very obviously starting to look at the area around it getting bought out. And basically is wondering, hey, if I don't have any tenants, then I could sell this building to IMX, the large corporation in the area, and make a sweet profit and just move out, or sell it to basically get more expensive renters from people who work at the corporation, etc. And so rent prices have been slowly edging up, or basically little ticky-tacky fees and things like that for damages or basically utilities or repairs, quote unquote, have been finding your way onto your bill. You're still doing all right. You're at burden 1. Basically effectively because you're splitting rent. And what burden 1 means is that you're not immune to basically like a bad bill or something like that could cause you problems. But for now, I won't say living comfortably, but basically you're living enough that you can have some of the smaller pleasures in life. Basically you're able to maintain what you've got, and basically have to splurge a little bit now and then. Basically, Mira, you've noticed the fact that a lot of a lot of the people in the neighborhood you've had to help out a little bit more with people running because you're really stable and really solid. The bounty hunting business is doing well. And again, to clarify, in terms of what that means being a bounty hunter, it doesn't mean that you're just necessarily hunting criminals, or hunting station criminals or something like that. A lot of criminals from Earth view white collar or otherwise view hey, if I just with my contacts, I could just slip out onto the space station and just blend in on the crowd, because the space station has a much laxer security system in terms of paid employees, because there's only so many people and so many spaces and things like that. Excuse me. And people who are more familiar with the station, such as yourself, are better suited to root out those people and drag them off, and then get them kicked back off the station back down to Earth, as it were. And from that standpoint, business is doing well. But you've noticed that the help you've had to give to others has been kind of increasing somewhat. Excuse me. You've seen friends have to move out or lose their apartment or rent go up or et cetera, things like that. Business owners in the area, costs are going up, deliveries are getting harder to get, et cetera. And last, Jupiter, you've noticed that IMX has definitely ramped up their friendly neighborhood, friendly neighborhood bots and things like that, which are supposed to be working as greeters or giving tours of the neighborhood and important IMX areas and things like that. And you've noticed more and more of those in the area, and they decidedly make you uncomfortable, just because of the fact that they tend to be moving people along or perching outside of key areas to keep an eye on things and help maintain the area. And you've had at least a couple of your contacts who have gotten pulled in by police by mysterious anonymous tips, which seem to include video footage and things like that you're guessing is coming from some of these new bots in the area. So it's getting a little bit harder to work. You're having to be a little bit more surreptitious and things like that to get the things that you need to keep going. So basically all of you are kind of dealing with that in the neighborhood, and it's not at the point where anybody's like, yeah, basically next week we're going to have to all move out, but you're just on that. You feel like you've crossed the line at some point, and it's more and more people are moving out, and more of those bots are showing up. More and more buildings are being putting closed or for sale signs up, and then those for sale buildings are disappearing into nice blank IMX coming soon visitor centers or facilities and things like that. So you're having to you're all kind of seeing this happen around you, and you're realizing your community is kind of on that edge of either this will force people to make a stand, or it's going to force everybody out, and this neighborhood's going to be gone. And that's a problem, just because of the fact that because this is a more marginalized section of the community. There are less and less. Scattering them out the station means that you're cutting them off from support groups and things like that. In terms of the 2020 of the space station is much like the 2020 of Earth, where things are open. Basically, corporations have support for Pride Month and things like that, but that still doesn't necessarily mean that everybody, the dystopian future is now. But it doesn't necessarily mean that it is acceptable in every part of the station to be seen as basically out yourself. It's okay if they're over there, but you don't go visit that section. And so spreading people out and things like that means that if they're going to get lost amongst everyone else, basically all the others in the area. Snap some more on the screen there. So, all of that to say, you've all kind of had interactions and things like that, and you're probably just getting over kind of a mini gripe session, in one of your preferred hangouts here in the Marcia stretch, the Cafe La Rose. Cafe La Rose is owned by Susie Darling. It's a library, coffee shop. It also has some living spaces above it, and Susie Darling usually makes sure that those spaces are rented to people in need. They're low cost, even sometimes it's just work. Hey, if you spend some time in the library helping keep the stacks sorted and things like that, or some time in the cafe, they'll call it square for a month, on rent and things like that. As such, it's a library coffee shop. That means the fact that it's going to be a favorite hangout spot, and there are going to be people in and out of there at all the hours it's open. You guys have claimed yourself as one of the small tables. Some of you have piles of coffee cups in front of you. Some of you have a single tea, or just a glass of water. But you're all kind of gathered around, griping about the state of the neighborhood, as it were. And what gets your attention is as you're kind of wrapping up and you're all kind of starting to prepare to go about your day, you notice that a somewhat out of place individual has strode into the cafe. Fashion is what it is in the 2020s. But there's usually a certain vibe, and this guy doesn't fit the vibe. He looks like he's going for the all denim look. Denim jacket, denim pants. It's all ripped. The Canadian tuxedo, yes. It's ripped and patched in various places. What kind of stands out about it is they've somewhat accessorized the jacket with pieces of motherboards or transistors or scraps of electronics and things like that they've kind of haphazardly kind of stuck all over. They're trying to be art, they're trying to make a statement, but it really just looks like they've just super glued some stuff on. Some of the stuff is barely hanging on. There are patches where they've obviously lost bits and pieces of that. And they're leaning aggressively over the coffee counter. Having a conversation which you can't quite hear from where you are, but postures and things like that. It doesn't look friendly. They're doing the I'm trying to be friendly thing, but they're getting way too close and not respecting anybody's space. They're just all kind of all hanging out. Basically hanging out over the counter, and to the point where basically you notice that like several other customers have kind of started to approach, and he's given them a look, and they've backed off or wandered back out, and Susie is just kind of basically very definitely clearly giving the I'm basically backed up as much as she can, is basically behind the counter, arms crossed, kind of hugging themselves, and just kind of listening and basically making short points, but then usually getting overridden by whatever the other individual is saying. So that is where we'll start. Basically 20 is ducking out.
So listening in might be a reasonable next step, or trying to gain more information.
I mean, you could definitely get up from your table and wander closer. They're not necessarily being they're not whispering or anything like that, so you have to get really close to hear it, but you're far enough away in the cafe. And basically, the cafe is a well-designed space that has stacks of books and things like that, so basically sound isn't exactly bouncing around in here.
Sure, so is there like... Is there table service here, or would you have to walk up? Like, are they close to where you would walk up to get another beverage, or are they next to like maybe a stack of books so I can go thumb through a book or something?
They're basically, he's hanging, basically the individual is hanging over the order counter. Like, no one else is walking. Basically, a couple people have tried to come up to give an order, but basically he's just kind of taken up the entire counter. He's man-spreading across the counter, as it were.
Can I just kill him?
We shall not be railroaded into your storyline. We should just kill him.
Roll for initiative.
The answer is basically like, I have general plans for this story. If you guys want to turn this into we're on the run from the cops for murder, we'll run with it.
GTA 7, let's go.
I have an outline. I have a vague outline, but you know what? I can improv.
I'll let him live until we figure out what he's saying, but it's not off the table.
Yeah.
You know, Mark, I bet something like this is where the feature where you can throw notes into lore link as things are happening comes in handy.
Well, basically, I would definitely be quick creating some police things, some new events for basically on the run from the cops. It's fine.
Nice. Well, I'll go stand in line for an espresso and kind of because then I can like stare at him like, you're in the way, dude. Like, but not.
So basically,
he's ignoring everybody else. He'll continue ignoring me, and then I can listen in.
Well, he's not ignoring. Basically, he's ignoring other people. Basically, if they come up and basically kind of try to get into line,
yeah,
he's very definitely giving them a glare, like cutting off the conversation and giving them a glare, and then kind of like making like, "What are you doing?" type gestures at them. And to basically, and most people are non-confrontational and they're just leaving. Basically, at that point.
Okay, he does that to me. I just look at him. You gonna place your order, or are you gonna step out of the way?
We're having a conversation here. I mean, can you not see that I'm discussing some very important matters with the young lady or the owner of the cafe? Basically, you'll have to wait to get your triple whatever, Vodka whatever, Vente, large thingy. Get your coffee somewhere else if you need to, if you're that desperate. We're having a conversation here. Very important business.
I can wait. And I pop a seat right on the counter.
Okay. Are you going for more of a threatening, or are you going for, because you have all this social action.
just nonchalant, hanging out.
Okay.
Like, I don't know. Do I have a phone, a tech gadget to sit and fiddle with?
I mean,
Can I
yes.
do my nails? I don't know. And then just completely ignore him from that moment on.
Basically, so he will just kind of stare at you, for a brief. Basically, do you want to push this into a roll, or do you just want this to be just kind of, you're not really directly trying to confront him, you're just there?
I'm not trying to confront him. I'm just
Okay.
there waiting.
Okay.
I'm
So
trying
basically-
to, yeah,
He'll
wait
basically
to give the appearance that I am gonna wait patiently until he's done and wait my turn, but I'm not
Okay.
going anywhere.
of
If
the other
that
three.
requires me to be intimidating, but I'm not going to back down to him.
Okay. Are the other three of you doing anything at this point? Or you're just watching this unfold?
I mean, I have +2 hacking if I include that +1 augment that I have. Can I like run Wireshark to see if he's got Bluetooth enabled on his phone and just steal money out of his wallet?
Okay. You
While
can
he's
try.
standing there being an a-hole.
You
Alright.
can try pushing to see if he has anything unlocked or open.
Sick. Let's rob him.
Okay.
Alright.
Basically, that's going to be a hacking roll. The defense you're going to be going against is 1 second. It's not really his defense so much as
I'm back.
I'll go back.
I think it would just be figuring out what the difficulty of the system on his
Yeah.
personal device would be.
Actually, you know what I should do? I created a quick reference for a reason. I should actually, keep it up for myself too.
You're going to use the quick reference. What?
My gosh. So, this is going to be probably a 6 or 7 network level. So you're going up against difficulty probably 11. So it's going to be an access action essentially.
Okay, so I'm 2d6 +2, which is my hacking skill.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Dang.
2, 2, 6. Okay. Basically, it looks like you do a quick scan, and basically just for some simple stuff, basically he doesn't have any. Basically, he's got his phone fairly well secured. Like, you're guessing that he at least has somewhat of a clue, just from a simple check. He doesn't have any of the easy exploits have either been patched. He doesn't have things open looking for looking for connections and things like that.
Darn.
So
Oh
whoever
well,
is, he
I
doesn't-
tried to rob him.
Okay. Jupiter or Mira?
I'm just leaning back, watching, enjoying what's going on.
Okay.
I don't know what's going on, so I don't know what Mira's doing. Sorry.
Okay. That's fine.
You're enjoying your meal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you got a really nice scone, and you're just really happy. You're like, this is a good scone.
Scone.
Maru, basically, as a note, basically what you do get out of this is the fact that whoever this individual is, they do have at least some. Basically, you wouldn't put them on your level because you obviously wouldn't do that. But they're at least a talented amateur, if not, maybe one of those corporate types. Basically knows enough about security and things like that to keep their devices. Like, normally you could find something relatively quickly. even if it's just being annoying. But like this one, you're like, huh, they actually know what they're doing here. So you get that bit of information out of it. And basically, and you're fairly certain he's running a hotspot. Basically, it's locked down, but he's running a hot. Basically, he's running a hotspot that's basically TB. Basically, like TB Seg is the name of his hotspot. So back to Seong on the basically on the counter, and he'll kind of stop and he'll just kind of stare at you and be like, I don't get what it is up with these types, basically up with these types of people who come to these places that just they have no sense of personal, basically personal privacy or anything like that. They always just want to be up in your business. I don't get it. And he'll kind of gesture. He'll gesture.
Don't even blink.
He will. He's gonna gesture at Susie and be like, Susie, do you want this individual involved in this conversation? Basically, I mean, if you want your dirty laundry kind of aired out, we could do that. But basically, if this character here isn't going to listen to me, maybe you should have a conversation with her.
Just for clarity, is this all denim guy speaking?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, Mira, give me. Actually, basically, like, I always have to fight against basically like what system am I using currently, so I know you would probably notice this first. Yeah, I'm not gonna make you roll. Mira, you will notice the fact that there are a couple of guys outside the shop. You see basically like just your like your threat assessment, basically just awareness of a situation. Looking basically like you've seen the same person kind of cross back and forth across the window a couple of times. And you're like, okay, so there's a couple of people who are definitely hanging out outside. Basically they're loitering in an unfriendly type of way that's making basically all your threat radars kind of ping slightly. Like one of them is just kind of leaning against the glass. One of them is basically walks by, but is basically like staring intently in as they go by. And basically, while they're not all necessarily dressed the same way as the guy in the shop, they have some similar elements, like chunks of basically like one's got a ripped gamer t-shirt, basically like video games don't cause violence, lag does. And basically like some of them have like mocking, basically have like mimicking the like bits of electronics stuck on them, like a basically like a little transistor earring or something like that. So that's what you'll notice. So Susie will look at you, Seong, and be like, I don't think you need to get involved in this, Seong. I'll take care of this. It doesn't need to become an issue. We'll just basically doing that very definite, like, I'm not going to ask for help. Basically, I'm going to take care of this situation, but is definitely over their head kind of body language.
Okay.
So are you going to keep sitting there, or?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
completely ignoring them.
Okay. Like, I didn't know if you would basically, if Susie talking to you would do something or not. Okay.
I'm just engrossed in whatever I'm doing. I'm completely tuning them out.
Okay.
If they want to start an altercation, that's on them. But I'm just waiting in line as a patron.
Okay. So Susie will kind of eventually just kind of shrug helplessly at basically at the other basically at the thug, as it were. We'll just call him Thug for now. And kind of be like, hang on, I guess give me 5 seconds to take her order. And he's like, make it quick. And he kind of basically he backs off for a little bit, and basically he just starts kind of leaning against, basically kind of reading some books. And by that I mean like he'll pick up something, laugh derisively at a title, shove it back in, basically not gently, and basically just kind of basically looking, basically kind of abusing a stack of books rather than perusing. Susie will be like, okay, Sion, what do you want? Basically, let's do this quickly. I don't want to, basically, I need to get this guy out of the shop as quickly as. I wondered who would be the first one.
That's kind of the vibe I'm getting from her. Okay. Does she actually come out and say that, or is that just the vibe I'm getting off of her?
I mean, she will come out and say, let's get you your drink. I don't want a mess here. I don't want to basically. Okay. I appreciate what you're trying to do, but this is something I have to handle.
So I'm hearing stab him outside.
Yeah. I will. That's everything I need to know. So I will nod and wink, and I will place an order for a drink that will take her a minute to make. Double cappuccino with 2 shots of flavor. Blah blah blah.
She gives you a look because she knows what you usually drink. She just stares at you. She's like,
a pastry that needs to be warmed up, so it'll take a minute.
She shakes her head.
Can I see what So Young is doing and kind of pick up on it and be like, hey bestie, can you get me this time too? And order something off of the secret menu.
Yeah, I got it.
Thanks, babe. And it's just another really
super long,
time intensive.
I want a unicorn frappe, like one of those things.
Yes.
One of those things that goes viral on TikTok that every barista hates everywhere.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Yeah, exactly.
13 pumps of.
Oh God.
That's what half of those things are, it feels like.
Now I want to look up if there is such a thing as a unicorn frappe.
There was. I'm fairly certain there was for a while. It was one of those basically things that it's going to be like, oh, it's bright pink.
Oh my God, you're right.
Yeah, it's pink and purple, and it's like 7 gazillion grams of sugar and caffeine.
It makes my teeth cringe.
Did it also have sparkles?
I think it did have sparkles.
Yes. And baristas were literally begging people, please don't order this. We hate making it. The sparkles get everywhere.
Yeah. So basically, she just kind of sighs and just looks at you and then looks over at Maru and just basically like space save me from helpful people. Because he goes and actually just starts doing the order thing. Give me, let's see here. What is his patience for this? What is his patience for this stuff? He was like, he eventually, surprising.
I'll be sure to loudly leave a nice tip as well.
True comrade behavior.
Tip your servers, everyone.
And be kind to your service workers.
He will
Yes, always.
probably in this case. Anyone else ordering, by the way? Either Mira or Jupiter.
Mira is still, for all obvious purposes, enjoying the hell out of her scone, but is hearing everything.
Okay.
Jupiter's still just leaning back, enjoying everything.
Okay. All right. Like about the time that Marius basically kind of kicks in with the second order, just as Susie's finishing the first. Basically, he gets about halfway. Basically, they get about halfway through that. And they're like, I don't got time for this. Basically, Susie, you know what you need to do. Basically, if you don't deliver the next time I'm in here, basically those files are going public. And he just walks out. Dude, look, the emote wall's working. As a note, basically, if you're watching this channel on Twitch, you have one of those nifty take Jeff Bezos' money thing. Basically, you can subscribe to our channel and get access to all our cool emotes that we have, designed by the wonderful Martine. And he will storm out at that point.
He storms out.
Yes.
Wow.
Hey, can I just
Now
ask...
it's time to.
Sorry.
So go ahead.
Can I just ask a retroactive question? What
Sure.
was this guy's hairstyle?
Mullet.
Pompadour.
I figured it had to be a mullet, but pompadour's better. Okay, thank you.
It's retro future.
No.
He's got the whole basically anime punk pompadour thing going.
Oh, lordy. Okay. Awesome. Canadian
to-
tuxedo and a pompadour.
Chris Jericho?
He's a pompadour with big sideburns. Sideburns.
Oh.
That works.
Oh no.
Nice. I will be sure to thank my barista and take the beverage to go as I I'm gonna quick glance over at Maru and Jupiter and point in the direction, kind of shrug. Like, are we following this guy?
Hell yeah, let's go!
Okay.
Mira's gonna join him.
Sweet. Let's do this.
All right. Jupiter, are you still enjoying your scone, or are you actually joining for this?
No, Jupiter forgot their mic was on mute. That's one. Yes, I am definitely joining.
Okay. Are you taking any other actions on your way out?
Drop some coin in the tip jar.
Okay. Okay. All of you can see basically because this has nice glass front windows which let the sunlight, quote unquote, such as it is, basically into the shop. Basically filtered because this thing has this place has two things: large windows and a lot of plants. So all that's filtered in. So you can see just outside the window that all of the individuals that Mira noted basically have kind of gathered up around Pompadour. And he's kind of he's obviously having a animated conversation and gesturing back in to the shop. So you guys are following him out. Yep. So as you come out, you kind of catch the tail end of. He's like, don't get caught doing anything terrible. Just be annoying. Lean on things, knock things over occasionally. Just make things a little uncomfortable. Again, nothing illegal, guys. We don't want to get we don't want to get the IMX type.
Who's he talking to?
He's talking to the assorted gang of ruffians which have gathered up, basically kind of gathered
Ripped
around him.
Gamer T.
Yeah. There's probably about...
At that point in time, as I'm stepping out, as I'm walking right past him, I'm gonna trip.
Okay.
My hot beverage is gonna go all over him as I trip and fall.
Slay.
Okay.
Yes.
I will...
Oh, sorry. So sorry.
Okay. I love the description of these guys is a thug with a hacker's fashion sense.
Oh God.
I hate
Which
them on
kind
principle.
of hacker?
All right. Does he actually get out of the way?
There's no way these aren't script kitties.
Oh, they're 100%. Basically, all of the other ones are script kiddies. Basically, he actually knows what he's doing, but showing off. Basically, he's one of those types that has every latest device and things like that, regardless of whether or not he knows how to use it or not. But at least has them. They don't even have that. This is their all their defenses are 7. Actually, he's probably a big boy because he's actually one of the main ones. He's also 7 as well. Okay.
Ooh woo.
1. Should we start counting now?
Oh my god, why didn't we implement an ooh woo counter?
That can be arranged.
Sick.
Let's end. Actually, wait, no, you need to basically go ahead and give me a. That's going to get this defense. So it would be for you. We'll treat this as just a basic attack. And all attack actions are 2d6 plus quick. Basically, this is quick or basically probably quick. Unless you want to make it to basically, it says quick or tough.
Definitely quick over tough for me.
Okay.
2d6 plus quick.
Yep. And give basically roll with advantage on this one. Give yourself 1 advantage.
So the advantage gives me a plus
Basically-
1 or an extra die.
Basically, if you fill in the basically
I'll
on the
just
die
roll
roller,
it.
you put 1 in
All
there.
right, I'll just do it this way.
What it
Fine.
gives you essentially is it gives you 3, keep 2.
Meh. All right.
Okay, that's enough to beat his defense.
Cool.
So basically, you nail him. Basically, are you going for his back? I'm assuming you're going for his back just to catch him more off guard rather than trying to circle around.
Yeah, totally.
So basically, you'll nail him in the back with that, and he'll basically give a shot. Basically, be like, what the? And basically, he'll immediately spin and basically just kind of be like, you. What the hell do you think you're doing? You know how much this jacket cost?
Oh god, and that glitter's never gonna come out of that den.
I'm sorry. I tripped and fell. Kind of stumbled. I wasn't expecting there to be a swarm of thugs sitting right outside the coffee shop.
And it's just like, listen, lady, basically, I don't know who you think you are, but basically, you need to back off and basically get lost. And basically, actually, can you pay for? Basically, you need to pay for the dry cleaning fee on this jacket. So I think you need to pay up
Why
here.
do we need to get lost? We're not doing anything illegal. We're just being a little annoying. It just gets this big old grin.
Jin,
Okay.
what's the over/under on Maru being under 5'5"?
Mara's definitely
Probably.
under 5. Mara's definitely
Okay.
under 5'5".
In that case, I cast Threaten.
Okay.
Walk up and I'm like,
Nice.
"Sup, bro?"
Okay. Go ahead and both of you can both basically, you can give me embarrass or threaten, your choice on how you want this to come out.
Let me look at the reference because notes are important and see which I have a higher chance of succeeding at. I have 0 cool, so definitely going with clever on this. As in real life.
Basically, the question is more:
I
are you
think
going
you're
for
cool
embarrass?
enough.
Or you're going for threaten? Jupiter, are you going for embarrass?
I didn't really have a plan.
Yes, but it was solid though.
I'm
Okay,
sorry,
basically-
previous games have shown what happened when I have a plan, so I've just given up.
Well, are you deliberately attempting to kind of spoil, basically, kind of saying with enough of a sneer and things like that, or are you just kind of casually saying that, basically, kind of trying to just make it offhanded?
I'm just very casual.
Okay. Go ahead and give me threaten.
All right. My threaten is plus my clever bonus, which is, or not clever bonus, but my clever skill, which is 3.
Plus any special
so
things you
that's
might
an
think
8.
apply.
Could we argue criminal underworld? Perhaps. Do we have a?
You could probably argue that.
Okay, if
All right. So, and you're definitely going for threaten. So you're
I'm pulling myself up to 5'2" and going up against like a full grown ass man without even thinking about it because that's how I roll. I also have
Hey,
a
he's
plus
only-
1 to scooters if I need to run. So
He's only 5'6", 5'11" with the pompadour, so he'll be fine.
short peasant.
Wow. Basically, he just kind of like he will take a step back, like he was not expecting basically this cat girl to get in his face today.
Yeah, boy.
And so he kind of staggers back and is like, "What the hell? Listen, buddy."
Yeah. Getting his face more like getting his sternum.
Well, basically, he looks down and he's just looking up in basically. He just wasn't basically expecting to be hit by the cat girl, basically because there's basically you've got the augmented eyes, and the ears and all of that. So there's a lot to suddenly look down into when you weren't expecting, because he was focused on Soyoung and just being like trying to push Soyoung around, and did look down and suddenly finds a cat girl in his face.
I said ooh woo.
So he definitely kind of stumbles back, and is like, "Listen, basically, you guys." Basically, he takes several steps behind the other thugs, while trying to look more. Trying to look like he's just kind of, casually stepping back and basically kind of pushing the others forward. Oh gosh, we have an encounter.
God bless.
Okay. So, and he'll push basically. He'll push his guys forward and be like, "Listen, basically, do you see these people? Basically, do you see that? I think they almost were assaulting me. Maybe we need to defend ourselves here." And basically, one of the guys like, "Yeah, I got you, boss," and we'll take a swing at Maru.
I will intercept.
I got quick defense too. Agility.
So basically, what this means is we're going to break into our first fight of the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I made it.
That's what I'm here for. I didn't start it, but I will end it.
So, for initiative, did I keep initiative in here? Did I not put initiative in here? I thought I put initiative into the quick guide. I did not, in fact, put initiative into the quick guide. Shame on past me.
You worked too quick on the quick guide.
I was too quick on the quick guide. Hang on. I'll have to go to the larger player reference guide. Getting into fights. When other options fails, or you just really want to roundhouse a bad guy through some convenient sheet glass, this section is where you go. Oh, is initiative up at the beginning? Is that why? Yes, it's under actions. That's why. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and actually have people roll initiative, just because it feels like it's going to be important to have people with individual actions at this point. So 2d6 plus quick, plus if you have the initial initiative specialty, you get to add that in. Otherwise, it's just 2d6 plus quick.
Man, I want cool. All right.
Your ability to be cool
Okay,
does
so
not
just to
help you
clarify, that means we put a 2 in dice and a, like, for me, 2 in advantage, right?
You don't put anything in advantage unless you have something which is giving you advantage on.
Oh, okay.
Actually, do you
Just select quick in the drop down.
like some people may actually have things which help them with fight, but that's probably.
By the way, is this system a higher number is better system?
Yes.
Ignore that. I finally figured out what's going on. Ignore that die.
Proud of you.
Higher numbers are better.
Yes. The only thing
Checking.
which is not a higher number which can be better is if you roll 2 of the same number.
Number go up. Number go up.
Like that.
Double check to make sure it didn't give me any.
See, that's the problem with only playing like this once every month and a half or so, is because I breathe oxygen and the oxygen kills the brain cells, so I forget how dice work in Roll20.
Yeah.
It's those free radicals, yo.
Gotta hate those for real.
All the microplastics I breathe because of the 3D printers.
Yum.
Yeah, I'm sure that's true.
I seriously don't want to know how many microplastics are in my body. Like, I would rather not think about that thing.
That's a good start for the thugs. Actually, that is Segfault Steve, who is just the name of the. They're all going on 6. Cool. Glad to see it. So they're going on 6. Actually, where is my turn order? Thank you. Sorry, currently any tokens on the page that take a turn. Do I have to take it? Heck. Basically, so let's go ahead and start from. We have 8, 11, 9 for Jupiter, and 12.
Jupiter was 13. Remember, 9 was the messed up.
Oh, 9 was messed up one? Okay. So, basically, you're going first, Jupiter. So, you can see the direction that this is going. Downhill.
Yeah.
You can tell them that basically one of them is going to take a swing at the first person to get their hands on, which is, in fact, Maru.
So, I know martial art.
Indeed you do.
What is it? Capoeira?
Yep.
Oh, hell yeah. Brazilian dance fighting.
Mm-hmm.
I love
Nice.
this.
You're Eddie
So
from
much.
Tekken.
So, probably seeing the swing that's getting ready to be taken, is there any possible way that I can intercept that and like just stop them?
Okay. So you want to essentially
Like-
grab them.
Grab them and toss them off to the side or something
Okay.
like that. Just get it where they're not hitting, our kitty.
Ooh, woo. That's 3.
Basically, if you want to basically so you have 2 essential actions. You can either just to try to distract them, or you could just actually grab them and basically attempt to basically haul them off, as it were. They're about the same size as you. Like, they're probably a little bit bulkier, but there isn't that much of a difference between them. So you can definitely grapple them.
Excuse me.
Basically, that is make an attack roll, which attack rolls in the system are always 2d6 plus quick or tough, and they're opposed by the opponent's quick or tough. And basically,
Well, I
what you
got
would do is
2
you would
for
roll
quick, and I got a
2d6. What? Okay.
I was gonna say I got a 2 for quick and I've got a 1 for tough, so I think
Yep.
I'm gonna go quick.
And then you'll add in you'll have a 1 bonus for your specialty, which is capoeira.
Okay, so 2, 1, 0 quick. Or no, the 1 goes in bonus, not advantage.
Yes.
Okay.
Advantage is only if you have something that gives you. It'll say gives advantage or something like that. No, you also do have pepper spray in case you ever want to use that as well.
Well, let's go this route first.
Okay.
Because pepper spray can wind blows hits other people, don't like that. So
Yep. Well, that's a critical.
Nice.
So basically, essentially what that means is you own this individual. It is up to you what you want to do with them. Basically, like you can you kind of come up, you take that first kind of stutter dance step, that basically capoeira, basically then surge forward, sweep, basically rip their leg out from underneath them, grab their lapels, and basically whatever you want to go from there.
actually, we'll sweep the legs, Johnny, and grab the pelt, just push him down on the ground. It's like, don't touch our kitty.
Okay. So he slams into the ground, basically a nice woofing noise as the breath goes out of him.
And it's probably too much to ask right now to then pull out the pepper spray and nail him while he's on the ground, and it's not going to get up in the air around everybody.
That will be an additional action
Okay.
later. Though I will say that at this point, basically,
Excuse me.
that's just a thug. Taking 3 damage. Okay. Okay. So he's taking a couple damage at this. Basically, I'll say that is normally that would be like 1. Let's see, he succeeded by, what was that, 13 total? Gosh, that is technically succeeding by 6+. So that is 3 damage. Basically, he just actually kind of basically like the breath has been knocked out of him, and he's definitely kind of not getting up anytime soon.
Yay.
Okay, next is 12, which is Maru. So the person in front of you just suddenly disappears and then ends up on the ground. There's a somewhat angry-looking Jupiter next to you.
Don't suppose I have a taser on me.
Sadly, I don't think that's among your equipment.
Dang it. Okay, fine.
If you want to make one, if you want to make one for later, you
Don't
can.
tase me, bro.
But you didn't bring
Noted.
your taser to the shop.
Damn. Okay. Yeah, I guess I will try to take well, at least dodge, I guess. I'll try to, like, is anybody else swinging at me? Or just that guy?
They all basically, like, the one that was surging forward pretty basically was essentially the dam breaking. The other 2 are coming as well. And Pompadour in the back is encouraging and basically is kind of engaging to see how it works out before stepping in himself.
Okay.
Typical.
Yeah, right. I think I am going to try to shove the guy closest to me coming at me kind of like back a couple of steps. So that's 2d6 plus quick.
Mm-hmm.
Or, yeah, quick is definitely what I want to go. So damn, I only got a 7 because my dice are cursed.
Okay. Basically, you're essentially going with kind of a rush type of thing. Basically, as I know, basically about the combat system, I should probably basically go through this and because I'm like, oh, I just read all this last night. I'm like, oh wait, other people need to look at it. Basically, there's a list of actions under fighting. The interesting thing with fighting is that you can only take this. You can never take the same attack action twice in a row.
Okay.
So you pick one of them, you do it, and then you have to do something different the next round. So that's the only reason why it's important to categorize it into what type of action you're doing. So you did essentially rush, and basically, so they're going basically a 7. Basically, you kind of slam into him, and basically he takes a step back, but doesn't actually get knocked over.
But now he knows I'm crazy.
He does. He definitely wasn't expecting the cat girl to rush him. He also wasn't expecting his friend to suddenly disappear and then be on the ground.
Yeah.
Next after that is probably Mira. Yes, it's Mira. It's going to be Mira, then Soyeon, then them.
So just to sum up, to make sure I understand what's happening, Jupiter has incapacitated one.
Beautiful
And Maru-
textbook takedown. Yes.
Yeah, and it was glorious and wonderful. and Maru has just rushed into the one rushing her and stopped him in his tracks, but that's it.
Basically, the other two were basically like one of them was very definitely stepping forward and swinging. The other two were stepping up and like essentially going to pick a target, but hadn't decided yet. And one of them just suddenly got hit in the stomach with a ball full of cat girl.
Okay, so including Pompadour, there are 4 total.
Yes, 3 basically,
So
3 active currently.
Okay.
Basically, essentially treat the one on the ground as being out of the fight. Essentially,
Yeah. At least for this round, right?
yeah.
Um.
Like probably longer. Like his head bounced and he kind of basically his arms went straight. And that you probably should see basically you'd be taken off the field in an NFL football game type thing.
Yeah. Yeah. His block has been rocked.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the other homie that is not currently confronted by Cat Girl.
Okay.
I am going to step up. Is he like running or just stepping forward?
They're stepping forward
Okay.
because you guys weren't that far away from them.
Yeah.
Range wise, everyone is probably in close quarters.
Well, see, among Mira's skill sets, in addition to being just tough-looking, soldiery badass, she has MMA skills.
She does.
And so, she gonna step up and uppercut the other homie right to the jaw.
Okay.
I love her.
Let's see. So that will be dice plus tough plus MMA bonus, right?
Yes. Okay. 11. Alright. Not a crit, but definitely enough to connect. So basically, you'll land a solid punch. Basically, like he doesn't have a guard. He doesn't have his guard up or anything useful like that. Basically, he's just kind of stepping forward, and you just kind of basically just cleanly step up and through. And basically give him a nice teeth clicking, basically connection to the jaw. So. Okay. Anything basically. Okay. So. Okay. So basically, that will be basically you do a couple of damage to him because that is defense is 7, so it's 4, succeeds by 3 plus 2 damage. Okay. He's still on his feet, but very definitely kind of staggering a little bit under that. Then last is Soyeon. Mike, what's up?
Yeah, so I'm going to, oh man. Not pulling out a handgun, that would be an escalation.
Yes.
I mean, Papador himself said we don't want to do anything illegal.
Yeah. I'm gonna... Oh, I still have a muffin in my... No, I said, no, that's not what I was doing. Alright.
Waste
I
the
already spilled my
muffin.
coffee. What's that?
Don't waste the muffin. He's not worth it.
I am going
A lot of
to
love and care is within that muffin for you to smash it in someone's
step
face.
right up in his face and tell him to get back. Look, dude, get out. We don't want your kind around here. By your kind, I mean assholes. That would be a threat in action.
Okay. So which one are you basically going for the? Are you going for the guy you spilled coffee on, or are you going for one of the two? Otherwise,
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
The boss man. The other guys are peons. Not worried about them.
Okay.
So that would be what
2d6 plus
I have-
cool.
yeah, definitely cool. I have a specialty for threaten. Does that give me an advantage, or what does that do?
Yes,
or bonus?
basically that gives you a +1. Basically, it gives you whatever the specialty bonus is, which is the number to the left of it.
But it gives me that as an advantage, or as a bonus.
As a bonus.
As a
Special,
bonus. Got it.
specialties give bonus. Basically, things which are likely to
Got
get basically advantages. Basically, advantages are basically some of your some of the abilities you have on your sheet will give you, like the specialties and other stuff will give you that. Or if it's a particular situation where I feel like it is basically you have an advantage, I will give advantage.
Oof, gross. That's a bad roll.
Okay. Like he will he'll back off, but basically he's not leaving, but he's not swinging at you either.
Right.
Okay, their actions. He is going to basically he will just kind of step back and be like, just rough them up a bit and let's get out of here. Don't want to hang around too long before the bots start getting antsy. And he'll back off, and that's all he's going to do. The guy on the ground is just going to concentrate on breathing. The other two are going. One is going to try to basically like grab the cat girl, which is like slammed into his waist. So this is going to be like what, like pick her up and throw her to the side, as it were. So he does not have any particular bonuses.
See, I've got quick defense, so my defense is 10 actually for quick.
Okay. So, 2 advantage. No bonuses, I don't think. No, they don't have any bonuses for it. So just a simple dice roll. Unlikely to succeed. Close. Basically, you managed to just slip out of his grasp. As he kind of reaches out to grab you. He'll just kind of he'll turn like you slip out and he'll try to cover for the fact that you got out, like try to fake it into kind of a shove. And he'll kind of try to step past you heading towards Jupiter. So that's his action. Basically the guy you're fighting, Mira, like grabs some like loose, like some change and other stuff like out of a pocket and kind of tries to throw it at you. Basically kind of just try to flick something into your face, trying to distract you.
Pocket sand.
Essentially, yes. Oof. Critical, and but still a failure.
I was just gonna say that doesn't touch any of my defenses for
So
any
the swing the
ability.
swing he takes at you is just utterly wild. Like you can tell the fact that like your shot to his jaw has rattled him, and he's just kind of swinging at basically after images at this point.
Can I catch the coin?
Basically, you give me a cool save. Basically, so against the distraction that he's throwing as well, you get a cool save, which essentially means roll your cool. Basically 2d6 plus cool, and you're going against that attack roll. So try to beat a 4. That's going to be hard for you not to, but it is possible. Okay. Yes, basically, since you doubled it, you can actually just, like, grab it out of the air.
So Mira grabs it out of the air and smirks.
Yeah. He just has this look of, dang. Then we're back up to the top, which means we're back to Jupiter. There's one guy who's shoved Maru aside and is definitely coming towards you, and the other one who's squaring off against Mira. The Thug and Soyoung are having basically the main bad. Pompadour and Soyoung are having a conversation.
Okay, well, I guess the person that's coming towards me, let's see if I can get lucky twice. Let's swing the leg around, see if we can bring him down too.
Okay.
So I guess this time I'll be using... See, last time I used quick. So I can't use quick again, right?
You can use quick again. Basically, what it is how attacking works. They come in two parts: making an attack roll and doing something else. Basically, so you make your attack. You may only attack one target unless the action states otherwise. A part of the attack action.
So entirely new round. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, basically the answer is you don't have to add something in. You can always hit, but you can add something in at the end, like take cover, distract, flush out, grab, or hunker down, if you want, or pin down, or run away, or rush. But if you want to do that, basically if you do one of those, you can't do it again afterwards. So you can always just keep attacking. So
Yeah,
you can
I'm
just say,
I'm just going to keep attacking.
Okay.
Same thing I did last time. So let's hit that dice. Big money, no whammies. Please don't do me ones.
Okay, 10. That beats it by 7. That brings it to. So that's basically beats it by 3. Their defense is 7. So that's 2 damage. So you basically a solid shot to the ribs. Basically probably didn't break anything, but he's definitely going to have a bruise there. And unless you're taking one of the other actions, that's it for you.
Yeah, no, just one guy down, taking another one. That's the
so
goal.
basically square, down, basically bring up those nice little hand spring. Basically one hand goes down to the ground, basically uses leverage to basically slam it into him. Okay, then that is followed by Maru. So, Luna, you're up next.
Luna.
I think that's 2 for the mute.
My bad. It
Lost
is.
Luna.
It is. I'm so sorry.
We're tied.
sorry.
Don't worry about it.
I was saying that I was just finishing reading a paragraph here because I think I know what I want to do.
Okay.
For those tuning in, I have already used up my ability to rush. Would we say that my target is much larger than me, or equal size?
What is the funnier of the two options?
The funnier of the two options is I go at him like a spider monkey and climb onto him, and while I'm on it, melee attacks against me and range attacks against others have disadvantage.
Sure.
And I'm just making cat noises the entire time, like, "Meow."
That is, basically, Rule of Cool says yes,
Oh
they
my-
are larger enough
Oh
of you that
my
you can actually
God.
just climb onto them.
I'm gonna come at you like a spider monkey, Chip.
Oh,
This
no.
character really is you.
All right, so is that still rolling for quick?
Basically, your base melee attack is the quick versus theirs. So yes.
Okay. Boop boop. And I rolled a 9.
Okay, that beats their defense by
Yes!
2, so that succeeds. So basically, you essentially stomp on their foot. Basically, which it causes them to get down low enough that you just then hop onto their back, and they're just pummeling on them. So
Backpack of death.
that's the situation they suddenly find themselves in. Mira, guy's still standing, but just barely.
This is the guy that I have already punched, yes?
Yes, you've already punched him. He's thrown one of those really ridiculous looping hook shots that you basically just easily blocked. And he's like, "Aha! But what about this?" And you're like, "What about it?" As he threw some coins up, and you just kind of grabbed them and stared at him. And he has a look which essentially says, "Oh no, this next thing is going to hurt."
I currently am reminded of a scene from Fried Green Tomatoes where one of the protagonists jumps on a guy's back and is just slapping the shit out of his face. And so, thinking of that, I'm gonna say that, and I don't do this lightly for anyone watching, but Mira knows how to take a homie down, and she's gonna haul off and front kick this guy between his legs.
Okay. Decisive ending.
So we're gonna call this cuff. And I'm gonna use my MMA bonus again.
Okay.
And here we go. Oh my god.
Okay.
This guy won't be making babies anytime soon.
Make his grandbabies feel it.
Like the sad part is the fact that basically you've thrown a punch, you've blocked with your hand. You've done a nice wedge block. Basically grabbed the things out of the air, and so he's staring right at you, and he's very obviously expecting you to throw another punch. That's the next step in this sequence. And then basically, so he doesn't even notice until after the blow is landed that basically you've started to kick. And he just slowly looks down and then just follows his head follows the rest of him. And he just kind of crumples into a ball on the sidewalk, making soft whimpering noises.
Luna screaming and hissing on his back the whole time.
No, that's a different one. You're on someone else.
Oh. I asked if this was the same dude.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry. That's the one that basically, well, I guess technically it is up to Maru which one she jumped on. There's the one Jupiter was fighting, or there's the one Mira was fighting.
I forgot.
I jumped on the one that Jupiter was fighting.
Okay.
That makes more sense. I just thought she might have jumped on. I don't know. Maybe my brain thought there was only one standing. Anyway, we're good.
In any
Things
case,
get
I got
mixed up in melee.
kicked.
No worries.
Yeah.
It's a lot happening.
in any case, he's still down. Sion, you're up last.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Is there anybody that is currently being dealt with?
Just Pompadour.
I mean, Pompadour is shouting things. Basically, the one Jupiter is fighting has a cat girl on their back. That's a metaphor for something, I'm sure.
Okay. And So nobody was taking care of him.
Pompadour down. Pompadour isn't actively fighting anybody, so no one was actively fighting back.
Okay.
You're fine.
I'm going to step around him
Okay.
right behind him and hunker down right behind his feet.
Okay. You tried to
And
set
I'm
up
going
the
to
old
give a-
schoolyard.
Uh-huh.
Somebody pushes somebody over
Uh-huh.
you. Okay, you do realize that
Exactly.
he will get to act before.
Oh, he acts next.
Yes, he acts
Oh,
next.
that's
So
right. He acts next. Now, I hate going last. I want to go right in front of somebody else. Right.
like, if you want to hold off until
Fine.
the start of next round, I will let you do that. But he gets
Nah,
to go
I'll just
next.
straight up trip him. It's
Okay.
fine. I'll just trip him. So a trip would be a
20 with the call out.
quick.
We're gonna. It will essentially be a grab.
Oh, can I
That's
use
what
Can I use my martial arts for this?
Yes, this would basically your take on Tachyon.
Sweep him down. Sucking on, yeah.
Which I'm like,
Beautiful.
that's like some weird like
There we go.
futuristic tech thing. Like, oh no, I Google like that's not defined anywhere in the book, and I Google like, oh no, it's a Korean martial art. Oh, okay, today I learned.
Yeah.
Okay, 9. That will beat his defense.
Yes.
So that will essentially basically he'll definitely kind of
Oh, I also have an augment on my leg.
yes, that's what's giving you the +1 to Tachyon.
That's what's giving me the +1. Okay, got it. Nice.
So yeah, basically like you essentially just basically like you go forward and basically just kind of swiftly like rip his basically kick in the back of his knee, which causes him to basically stumble forward and go down onto one knee.
As soon as it goes down on one knee, pop up. I snap a photo. I pull out my device to snap a photo because you know, I'm an influencer and this is funny as hell.
Okay.
But first, the selfie.
Yeah. Oh
You will?
yeah. I'll flip around and do a selfie with him on the ground. Perfect. Perfect. Love it.
You can tell you've
Okay.
never been an influencer, Mike.
No.
What is that ability do again? That's creatures.
Tony, what are you talking about? An influencer would never shoot a selfie at an inappropriate location.
Oh no, not at all. What
Not once in history.
is their last
Okay.
name Paul by chance?
That's one of them.
No, I was talking about Soyun.
As far as we know, Soyoung Paul, basically Soyoung has never been to the Japanese forest. And okay, take a camera into the men's room with a con. Hi, Dr. Danger, how's it going? In any case, so the one who's just basically just getting pummeled on by.
Disrespect, not danger.
Oh, that's right. Disrespect. Sorry, Dr. Danger is actually a it's actually a decent person. Sorry, wrong one. They're a good arcade streamer. Wrong one. My apologies. I should never accidentally confuse their disrespect with anybody.
I mean,
So trying to figure out what's this guy doing. The guy is going to try to get out from underneath it. If you combat the back, the attack you range attack is advantage. As an action, targets can make a melee or ranged attack and try to end the grapple of a climb, basically, or climb with a tough save of 10 plus your tough. Good morning. This poor guy is basically attempts to desperately basically get you off. Nope, that's not going to do it. Basically, so it's like his hands are just flailing back there, just trying to get a hold of you.
Yeah.
Fresh daily. So that's his action. The other two are basically breathing shallowly, and he's going to reach into basically. So the guy basically, he's going to reach into his pockets and then kind of throw out this. It's this weird kind of scattering. Basically, it's hard to describe exactly what it is because mostly because of the fact that they don't give me a great description of it. And he's going to basically kind of chuck it in your direction. Soyoung.
Oh, he's gonna chuck it in my direction?
Yep.
Dodge? Duck? Step to the side?
Yeah, just.
What do I have to?
What do you have to do to get past?
Oh, it's just against my defense number, I
Dodge a
guess.
wrench, you can dodge a ball.
Okay, what is it's ranged attack, which means it's going against your. It's just still against either your quick or your tough.
Well, my quick defense is 10.
Okay, so basically you end up getting kind of basically attacked by it. It kind of basically it explodes in kind of a loud kind of bang noise, like little bits of shrapnel and things like that. You're basically kind of go everywhere, and there's this cloud of dust in the air now, and it's kind of sparking, and you can feel your leg kind of basically start to kind of glitch a little bit under the effects of it. But nothing serious currently.
Thanks, I hate it.
And then he's going to get up and basically just gotta get out of here, and he's going to basically run. Deal with these guys later. So basically, he takes off sprinting kind of down the street. So he's doing a runaway, flee the scene.
Run away, run away!
Cutting his losses,
2d6 plus quick.
aka all of his thug buddies.
Yep. You get a free shot at him as he goes. So
Is that like an active opportunity?
essentially, basically the runaway action says if you're in the attack range of any opponents, you must roll 2d6 plus quick versus 7 plus the number of opponents. If you fail, they all get to make a free attack against you. So you need to make an 8. He rolled a 6. So Soyeon gets a free shot at him as he goes. It's just an attack.
Well, we're gonna do this.
Basically, you
just
don't get to do
basic
anything
attack.
too special.
We'll make a swipe at him as he goes by. Same exact thing as I did last time. Oh man, I cannot roll.
Okay.
Good roll is so
Basically-
bad.
Basically, you kind of thump in. Basically, you land a solid kick in his side, but maybe it's either the glitching of the cloud or something he's wearing. It seems to absorb enough of it that he just kind of grunts and then keeps going. And he's basically disappears down the street. Check that die and dice, dude. All right, and with that,
Absolutely.
assuming that the thug that is under Maru will eventually succumb, It's up basically we don't have to keep rolling for that because this guy is. It's up to you whether Jupiter takes him out or Maru you take him out. It is up to you, or if you let him go. That is your call. Like the fight has kind of gone out of him at this point once he sees his boss leave.
Well, it's up to Maru at this point. I'm just enjoying the show again.
Okay.
Occasionally kicking the other one in the ribs.
Nice.
Stay down.
Alright, and you stay there, yeah. Uh-huh.
Maru, anything else you want to do? Or do we add one to your mute counter? Or do you have to...
Luna might be feeding
I remember Luna said the fact that they needed to take a brief break at 2. I wasn't certain if they had already taken it. Well, in that case, we may pause here for a brief break. Basically, as we wait for basically one of our players to get back.
She they chatted in the live chat in Discord.
Oh, in Discord.
When-
Okay.
Oh.
Too many places.
Yeah, that makes
Yep.
sense.
I just found it.
Cool.
If I can just play bongos on his face, I'll do that, or else just keep dodging. If combat ends, I choose to loot the bodies and get down in the first guy who took a swing at his face and go meow in a deadpan voice like from Super Troopers. Meow.
Okay.
Meow.
I love it. That's so appropriate.
Okay.
Yes. And it does not add to the Ubu counter. For those keeping track at home.
Okay. All right, so we'll wrap this up and then we'll take a brief break just because we probably want people need to get up, stretch their legs. So we'll be going for about 2 hours. Basically, eventually the guy will just kind of as Maru will just kind of beat him into submission. He'll just kind of collapse on the ground. Maru immediately just starts going through his pockets for loose change, pulling some things out, and shoving them into their own pockets. What are the rest of you doing? You notice the fact that you're definitely like there are people starting to pay attention to you. Jupiter,
So we're just like out in the hallway, right? Or
you're outside the ship. You're on a street, what essentially passes for a street.
Yeah.
It's a sunny day. We're in front of a coffee shop.
Yeah. So, basically, you're probably like it probably wasn't the most crowded time of day that you were here. So there isn't a huge crowd of people in the streets, but a couple of people are stopping and looking. At least one person's pulling their phone out for pictures.
I'll pose for them. I will pose for them.
Jupiter, you will note that there's at least one IMX security type bot which is kind of starting to hover in this direction.
I'm gonna post my selfie that I took to social media with a warning to be on the lookout for this guy because he likes to pick on shop owners.
Okay.
And has no qualms about assaulting a group of women.
Did not. All right. Anyone else doing anything else with these guys, or?
I'm not looking for loose change, but I'm gonna see if I can find any ID or anything on the one that's probably still catching his breath.
Yeah, the answer is basically they've got going through, you will find a, basically they do have basically like a little basic mini computer type thing, which Maru will identify as a hacking suite, kind of a very basic one. They all have like blackjacks and other stuff on them, basically like a bat or something like that. And each of them is carrying a basically standard run-of-the-mill pistol, kind of tucked into their back waistband.
Good morning.
Can I take one of those?
I wouldn't. That with the security droid coming, I would not.
Oh, good point.
Looking for identification.
Actually, you could pull it out and wave down the security droid and point to it. If you wanted to get them into trouble.
Jupiter, you know that is just as likely to land all of you in jail, not just
Not just them.
Not just them.
Fine.
Let's just say that basically, again, this is not an official police force. This is the IMX is helping neighborhood friendliness patrol. So it's a corporate type drone.
So did I find ID?
Yeah, you got a basic name. It's like Randall Thorpe. It's got an address for in the district.
I'd say grab the IDs and scatter.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else doing anything to these?
Mira sees the wisdom of skedaddling, and she will smoothly pocket the change that she caught out of the air as she does so.
Okay. You got some additional cash. Okay. All right. And with that, basically, you guys will scatter off, but you'll be able to keep in contact basically via apps and things like that. And we will pick up from there once we get back from break.
Nice.
How long's our break?
It's 2:10 now. Do you want to call it 10 or 15 minutes? What are people needing?
10's fine with me, but
Yeah, me too.
10 good for you, Tony?
Sure. So back at 220
Back at 2:20.
sounds
or
good.
12:20,
See
20
you,
style.
Chelsea.
It's all right.
Alright.
I can time zone math.
10 minutes from now.
All right.
All right, see you in a few.
Okay. We'll be right back. And we're back. Hi. Hello.
Hey, everyone.
Done with the short break. So, where we left everyone, you had all kind of scattered to your various residences and domiciles and things like that, leaving the poor unconscious thugs on the ground.
Or
I mean, yes, you went through their pockets. They're now poor.
Yeah.
I mean, at least one of them is poorer because he threw money at me.
I feel like this game, Maru went through several of their pockets for loose change, literally. And so you're all kind of at your various residences. So you're actually basically, so Soyoung, basically, we do have there's an important question for Soyoung.
Yep.
Are you attempting to use viral, which is a special ability your character has?
Oh wow, that's
I was gonna say, in case you don't understand what viral means in this incident,
Basically,
that's
viral
what
is
you
ability.
keep wanting me to make for social media is something that goes viral.
Basically, viral is a special ability. Basically, it's one of Soyoung's talents as an influencer that they took. If you make a social role online on a critical, it goes viral. Within hours, people in Grand Cross notice your post, share it, make memes, or just straight up steal your content to sell shirts. Your target will react accordingly. If you're mocking them, they'll hate you and possibly delete their account. If you're praising them, they'll love you, and so on. In addition, gain advantage on all roles capitalizing on your viral content for this session and the next.
nice.
Okay, so the answer is
and the next. So that's the rest of this game.
the rest of this game. Yes, essentially. So the answer is: Are you going to attempt to push this post, and try to make it go viral? It's not guaranteed. The downside to trying to do that is, by trying to push that post on your accounts, you will very definitely identify who you were to the basically, like, no roles will be required. No roles will be required on their part to figure out who you are.
All right, what do y'all think?
I mean, it's not going to be that difficult to figure out who we are anyway, so.
Yeah,
It's a one shot.
Pompadour knows where we live, basically. Which is at Susie's.
He knows where I live.
Whatever the cafe is called.
Okay, so you are essentially making an embarrass online role. That's what you're going for here.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Okay.
These homies came into our queer space and did XYZ.
Yeah.
How fucking dare they? Excuse me. But I feel like that's I feel like that's what she would say.
Just can't even right now.
You tell me if I'm wrong, Mike. It's your character.
Yeah.
You know, you don't have to write a social media content for him when we're just playing a game, right?
Oh, snap.
Have it.
Remember to like, subscribe, ring that bell.
Yeah. So Luna, so that Mira has one opportunity to stop me. I am getting ready to make this shit go viral.
Oh no, don't post yourself doing crimes on social media. Please.
What?
Do I need
I'm not no. I didn't do I'm not posting me doing crimes. I'm posting this guy crying because he's on the ground.
Okay, but how did you
picking on a shop owner?
But how did you get the photo, it's going to be clear you were at the scene of the crime. Babe, 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 babe.
All publicity is good publicity. Don't you remember? I mean, come on.
Look, you don't have the same augments that I do. If I did it, it's not a big deal because it obscures my face automatically in all photos and video for those who are listening. But you don't, and I don't want to see anything bad happen to you. And how am I going to pay rent all by myself? I need you to stick around. It's just look. I'll tell you what. Let's wait and see what happens. Let's hold on to it. Maybe don't put it in cloud storage because we know how that always goes. But just wait. Thank you. Ooh,
All right, I'll wait.
And there's another one.
I'll hold off.
I'm amazed I kept that somewhat in character. Jesus. If you have time for a 2-hour rant about that, I could do it.
That was typecasting, actually.
Slightly.
So,
Yeah, and that is a dope augment, Tales of Initiative. You are not wrong.
correct. It's probably going to keep the reason why Maru is still on the streets. Let's be honest. Because they're not exactly going to stop doing crimes. That's not happening. They're going to at least cover for it better. Okay, so basically after a little time passes, and Soyoung is talked down from that ledge, my friend. You end up with you all end up getting invited to essentially a private chat with Susie, the owner of the cafe, and it just starts with just this long sigh gif, basically like, and it's just the tradition. It's just the
Guard face palm.
yeah, that basically the equivalent in their like basically one of a pop singer or something like that, taking a deep breath and going, look, wait, okay, basically like, I appreciate all of you. All of you are wonderful, great, special, violent people.
I'm special. Special.
Special.
So special.
Yeah.
And while
Why do I sense a butt coming on?
I really appreciate what you did, but
There it is.
you have to understand the position that we're in here. We have two equal but opposite problems, as it were. One is basically Segfault Steve, and yes, that's the name he chooses to go by. Listen, when you run with a gang called the Terabyte Boys, their entire naming convention is choices. They've made choices. Let's just put it this way. Basically, as you can tell, these people don't have good fashion sense, anything sense. But
No, they do not.
they're in our neighborhood, and they're a pain in all of our asses.
Yes.
So basically, we've got to deal with them, and I'll get to that in a second. But the other problem is the fact that since IMX is looking for any excuse to get their hands on, basically to kick us all out of our neighborhood, we can't have random, basically if you have random fights showing up outside of your shop, even if it's somebody else, even if it isn't a patron, I have to deal with the well-meaning? I hesitate to use that word, but he thinks he's well-meaning. I had to deal with Anton Popov, who you all know is the cop, the actual station authority assigned to the basically to the Marcia stretch. He's the community liaison, which everyone firmly believes means the fact that he's so bad at his job elsewhere that they've relegated him to try to avoid him actually doing any police work. But,
oh God, he's the DARE officer.
Yes.
Oh no.
But he gets told by IMX that basically this shop has problem people attending it, and then I get Anton showing up in my cafe telling me the fact that I need to be careful about the types of people I serve because if my area they don't want my area to be known as a crime hotspot. And so we need, in the best interest of the community, we need to make sure we're careful and not associate with dangerous types.
Okay. I have a question.
Yes.
So, the Terabyte Boys are a local gang?
Yes.
But they're not associated with this, quote, community liaison?
If you're basically Anton, no. Anton is, bless his heart, and that is in all capitals. Basically, as far as we know, well-meaning, but
Corpo?
He has ideas. And he's willing to he's more likely to believe if IMX comes by and tells him that an area is a problem, well, they're the corporation, they would lie. And, he's heard people say, be gay, do crimes, so these gay people may actually be doing crimes. That's a problem.
Oh, dear.
Admit to nothing, this is not a secure channel.
Thanks, Mark.
Hashtag missing the point.
Like, the rest of you have, avatars and things like that, and Maru's, name is just this random string of characters that changes every time that they chat. Their avatar is a random image.
I'm still using MIRC. 3 people in the audience just laughed.
Missing no.
Nice.
Outside the system. But the Terabyte Boys are not associated with Anton. Anton's just, well, let's be honest, he's just a tool. While basically the Terabyte Boys, people suspect that that IMX is using them. Basically, they're the they're the squeaky wheel that will get the grease. That grease being gentrification. They're the problem. Basically, they're allowed to be a problem. They're allowed to cause problems, as long as they're causing the right kinds of problems.
And what's the right kind of problem from their standpoint? I'm so confused.
Anything, basically the type that gets us kicked out, leaving convenient and cheap real estate available.
So you're saying that the whole purpose, this guy's entire MO is to cause problems so that you get kicked out.
No, I think he's causing problems because they think it's going to get them paid, and it does. Almost everybody. So here's the deal with the Terabyte
Who's paying
Boys.
them?
The Terabyte Boys have somehow, again, basically probably a knowing wink, as it were, gotten access to some of the IMX bots. Meaning they have camera feeds and images, and the facial recognition they swear is only for basically non-identifiable purposes, etc., etc. But they've taken it, and they've gotten names, they've gotten people, they've gotten addresses, and so they show up to businesses saying, "Hey, if you don't want the people who basically visit your business to be advertised that they're visiting your business, pay up some protection money." It's a scheme as old as the dirt on Earth. Basically, not even an asteroid can stop that kind of stuff.
So they're asking you to pay up the protection money?
Otherwise, our customers start getting harassed by people basically threatening to tell them, basically tell people that, hey, we saw you going to an LGBTQ hotspot, what's going on with that? And if our customers aren't out elsewhere, this causes them problems. I don't like my customers to have problems, so I pay I pay their blood money out of the till. And it's just chalk it up to a cost of doing business, because that's what it is right now.
Yeah, that makes sense. So I know we can do a GoFundMe for the money very publicly, and then people will know what's going on, and then it won't be coming out of your pocket anymore, and nobody gets outed.
You know how much money a GoFundMe is going to raise? These people in this neighborhood are...
When I make this go viral?
The people in this neighborhood can't pay that kind of money. And all, basically, if you make a public... Basically, if you advertise the fact that we get $10,000, guess what? Basically, guess who shows up demanding a higher cut of that $10,000? That's not going to make them stop. That's just going to make them more.
All right, so you want to handle this quietly. I understand.
Well, I think what she's saying is she'd rather we don't handle it at all, but...
If you are going to handle it, because it just... Basically,
she wants to handle it quietly.
Mira, I respect the fact that you would actually be basically be circumspect enough to basically respectful that if I asked you not to deal with this, you would. I don't trust Maru. Maru is probably already working on something right now. I don't know what.
I have a USB drive in my hands right now that I've been like slowly retrieving from my pocket and kind of like dangling, and now I'm just slowly like putting it back into my pocket, hoping no one noticed.
Maru begins whistling inconspicuously.
I can handle it very quietly if you like.
So
Maru's hat gets grayer and grayer.
Oh no, we started at gray. Now we at the bottom, fam.
The bigger problem, basically, so there might be a bigger problem going on, which may force my hand on this. I think that the Terabyte boys are getting greedy. Maybe they're seeing the writing on the wall. Maybe they found something that's worthwhile, and they're just trying to get their cash out and basically get their last big score. I don't know, but they've been more energetic recently, more pushing recently. Others are talking about basically some of the other shop owners have said the same thing, and there've been talks that they're going to auction stuff off, that they're going to be hosting something big,
like information.
That would be the obvious thing. They like to talk big, and so some of them have been bragging, and basically over at Club Eternity, someone overheard some of them talking about the the D20 is going to get them. Basically, it's going to be their big score. I don't think they're into role-playing games, but that's what they said.
Okay. Weird.
I'm gonna be clearing my throat very pointedly, waiting for someone to.
I mean, this is the text chat. So.
Oh, okay. My bad. I missed that part.
Sorry. Yes, this is a text chat.
Okay.
It doesn't mean that won't be a reaction.
Yeah. Basically,
Well-
so long as I was looking across the living room at Amaru, who's getting increasingly more agitated.
I mean, maybe my bestie So Young would like to know what I'm thinking about. But you know, since I'm a liability and a loose cannon, and I was one day from retirement and all that, I don't want to offer any suggestions where they're not wanted or anything.
So young, that's your clue. That's you.
Yeah. Okay. You want to handle this on your own. You don't
No,
want
no,
our
no.
involvement.
No, just saying. Hear me out.
Uh-huh.
Just hear me out. I think if we play our cards right, we can two birds, one stone this, right? So
I'm on
What?
board.
what you say is that these terabyte boys are getting a little greedy. They're kind of filling up all those delicious digital wallets and everything of theirs. And, you know, it occurs to me that all the shopkeepers over here in the district could maybe repurpose some of those funds and put them to better use. And it seems to me like if someone sure would be a shame if someone got into those terabyte boys' wallets and redistributed some wealth, is all I'm saying.
Is your online handle Robinhood?
No, it is actually Tabby Anarchy.
Of course it is.
Unrestrained violence.
Yeah, as noted in the fight. Holy buckets.
Faces are good bongos.
Terrifying. So, basically, things I will give you basically that you would know, Maru, is
Okay.
you know the fact basically you've already started basically while this conversation is going on. I will just give you the fact that you've already started poking at things circumspectly, basically doing some passive searches, as it were.
Okay.
Basically, you can turn it to name Terabyte Boys, basically in multiple forms and things like that. They are very definitely, basically, they show up in stupid online forums and online fights and things like that. Usually bragging about basically their prowess in one thing or another.
So basically, I'm OSINTing the hell out of them.
Mm-hmm.
OSINT them like my best friend is dating one of them. What up?
They basically they've made a name for themselves in the fact that they seem to have at least they seem to have some level of skills. Like they're crypto bro types, but basically like the unfortunate reality of the fact that they're crypto bro types who got it early enough, got some money, they've got some skills to pay some bill. At least some of them have skills to pay the bills. And then they have a lot of hangers on who don't have a clue what they're doing, but are attracted to that sort of thing. So you're guessing that given that, are there actually good-looking apes? And I don't think there are.
No, all are ugly, but
they're
some
all-
are worst.
There are terrible. Yeah, so someone like basically like the top level guy, basically you see you see the name Fortran running, like literally, yes, Fortran.
God, what a freaking hipster nerd.
Yes.
Jesus.
Wait, is that Maru reacting or Luna?
¿Por qué no los dos?
Yes.
But basically, so he knows his stuff enough that basically he would be smart enough that he's basically anything that he basically thinks is secure enough, he's air gapped and is basically has offline data storage for. Like he's carrying basically he's got a USB with his crypto on it. He's got a USB with his basically with backups of the data of any information, blackmail, or things like that he's trying to sell.
So it's basically not something that I can do completely remotely. I have to actually be like I'm in, but actually be in somewhere.
Yes. There will be somewhat of a physical component to this as well.
Are my cohorts interested in a heist?
Oh, hell yeah.
Heist!
I'm just happy to be here.
It's the theme song.
20 is amused. Mira is like, yeah, I'm in.
Ocean's 4! Ocean's 4!
The group chat has been renamed.
I think you mean
Ocean's
Mira's
4.
4, but okay.
Right?
Fair point. Well, I mean, I'm in if y'all are, because if we can get those backup, first of all, we've got to destroy the backups so that I can, and I reach into my pocket and I hold up that USB drive that I was messing with, because I got my own here. And this contains a nice little data bomb on it that will pretty much add my little Bobby tables to the database, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
Love that kid. Love Bobby.
Oh, drop those tables. But I can't do it alone, and even I'll admit that.
Reputables.
It's a figment of your imagination, Mr. Robert Tables.
There's a follow-up. I think there's a follow-up XKCD to that. I need to remember that. Need to find that link. In any case, so it seems like you're all agree, and you get basically you get a final message from Susie before she's like, at this point we're reaching a point where I need plausible deniability, so I'm exiting. I'm going to leave this chat and go back to minding my own business in my own cafe. But I will say that if any of my friends were to be doing something so crazy, foolish, and or possibly illegal, I would wish them the
Maybe
best
don't
of
do
luck.
it while they're sitting here.
Yeah, I wish them the best of luck, and don't do it in my cafe.
Don't use my Wi-Fi.
A nod of respect. A nod of respect. I understand, and I still love you.
Thank you, Mara. That does actually mean something, despite what I might say sometimes.
Woo-woo.
And they will leave the chat. Alright, so at this point, what we enter into at this point is essentially you're planning a heist. So this system borrows a little bit from the Blades in the Dark type system. Where it's like, hey, we don't want to spend a whole lot of time basically sorting out what planning you do and things like that, and so we're gonna give you what is basically there's a system known as prep, and you're going to have, I think, 8 days.
Jump straight to the action, plan it later.
Basically, so
Retcon it as we go.
essentially. So, what you will discover, basically, you will discover, Maru, with a little bit more, basically a little bit more digging, that the auction that Susie mentioned is going to take place in 8 days, and basically it is going to take place at basically a location which is just basically disclosed to the bidders. You'll be able to figure basically to those who have been accepted as bidders. However you end up figuring that out, and I'll leave that up to you in terms of how you want to basically get this information. But in the interest of keeping things moving, you'll find out this is going to take place at the Terabyte Boys base. Basically base of operations, which is an abandoned subway stop. Basically here in basically here in the Marcia stretch. So
Are we
that
talking
is
trains or sandwiches?
trains.
Okay.
There probably is space subway. I mean, we have BurgerCon, so
I mean, according to certain sci-fi properties, Taco Bell owns most of the world, which I'm actually kind of fine with. If any corporation is going to take over,
all the fast food, all the restaurants get replaced with Taco Bells.
smuggle this USB drive in a Crunch Wrap. What up?
Yep, BurgerCon.
Not
Ever since
sponsored.
I got rid of the Mexi Melt, they were dead to me.
Oh.
I haven't eaten Toxic Hell in probably 15 years.
Honestly,
on.
respect. Respect.
So while we're staying off topic for a moment, you remember how Taco Bell had all this sponsorship for Star Wars Phantom Menace?
Yes.
Yes. Not eating leads to hunger. Hunger leads to Taco Bell. Taco Bell leads to suffering.
Wow.
3 a.m. at the D&D camp session. What do you expect? You know.
Yep.
Taco Bell leads to sex.
Can they sponsor us? Because I'd be down. I will sell my soul for a Taco Bell sponsorship. Just putting it out there.
Heck yeah.
Arby's and Wendy's have both done role-playing game tie-ins.
Yeah, but I'm 3 for 3 on food poisoning from Arby's, so
Well, no, I'm saying that those two have already done them. So that means that McDonald's and Taco Bell are still available to do
That is
role-playing. They haven't done one yet, and so someone needs to approach them with a Taco Bell role-playing system.
live moss, roll moss.
Yeah. So I'm saying basically the opportunity is there, and once you get that lucrative Taco Bell, basically sponsorship money, you can do whatever.
Look, I will
They pay
only
you in sauce packets.
participate in Taco Bell sponsored RPG system if it includes the we like the moon dogs.
Allowed.
Wow.
You say Taco Bell and dogs, and all I can think of is Yo quiero Taco
Yo
Bell.
quiero Taco Bell.
Yeah.
Yes,
that
and
is
then
good.
they followed
I
that
used-
up with the we like the moon dogs.
I used to have a Chihuahua plushie that said "Yo quiero Taco Bell" when you pressed it in the middle. So
Oh, you know
I
those
don't
are
know
actually
where
worth
that
some
got
money
to.
now too.
probably.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh wait, were those Quiznos? They were Quiznos.
I was gonna say.
Oh yeah, the
it-
little weird things. I still think we should have a crossover. We're due for a collab. We're due for it.
The Yo quiero Chihuahua and the weird we like the moon things.
I am so sorry that I've completely derailed Mark's lovely game that he has painstakingly put together for us in the middle of a
Yeah.
heist discussion.
You're not
It's
sorry.
Fine. Again, role-playing games, I have said repeatedly, role-playing games are social outings. If there are not social elements to them, they're just games. And they're just basically you could just play video games with randos. It's
Social outings or social experiments or both.
yeah. Column A, column B. Alright, so what this breaks down into, returning to the game.
After we've already broken down.
We've broken down slightly. So you have basically you have essentially your plan, which is to basically break into the auction, and disrupt it. Now, basically, how that works for each of you is going to be a decision you're all going to have to make. But basically, so you're going to have the ability to prep. Basically, the auction's in 8 days. So you have to basically, that is enough for essentially two different types of prep. There is individual prep. Basically, this is in the guide if you're curious about how prep works and things like that and what prep is used for. But basically, an individual prep is going to be your character themselves going out and doing their own prep for this mission. That will give you a pool of your own individual prep that you can use, only you can use. And then there is a group prep, which will take 7 days, that basically each of you will roll on and will essentially join it into a communal pool. And basically anybody can pull prep points out of the communal group prep, whereas individual prep only you can pull from. So what that means basically in terms of in this game is I'm going to go through and I'm going to ask somebody to we'll start with individual prep. You could just essentially give me 2 things that you are doing to prepare for this mission, either as an individual and then as part of the group. It is this could be something as just simple as I'm hitting the gym 7 days. I'm hitting the gym a bunch to make sure I'm in peak physical form. This could be I'm cleaning all my equipment or something like that. It could be that I'm hitting up some people that I know. I'm going to hang out in places where some of these people hang out and listen to rumors and see what I can find out from that. It could be more involved online stuff. There is no other than not adding prep. There is no penalty to failure. It's not going to be like, oh no, you screwed up and now they're on to you or they've blown the mission or something like that. This is just getting you prep points. That those prep points are essentially like they're what a lot of systems have in terms of their hero points, basically inspiration from D&D, hero points from Pathfinder, basically all of those type of things where you're like, you can use these points to get out of tough situations. Whether that's by ignoring damage, basically re-rolling, basically adding additional dice, etc. It can also be one of the major things that you can narrate a flashback to an earlier point and explain how you prepared for this. This could range from having paid off somebody, who has no particular reason to hate you, or having hidden a weapon in a maintenance tunnel ahead of time. So, how is anyone I'm going to go left to right unless I hear somebody say, no, skip me, which means we're going to start with Soyeon. What are you doing to prep for this heist?
Okay.
And you can ask me questions.
I want to clarify one thing.
Go for it.
Yeah, I want to clarify one thing with Maru first. Is this a purely digital heist or a physical heist?
Oh no, we're gonna have to get that USB drive away from him, which is probably gonna involve some breaking and entering, I'm sure. Some light felony. Okay. Yeah, well, just some light B&E.
Perfect.
Light felony.
So, one of the things that I'm gonna do very carefully is make sure to capture footage of us all in a very innocent location, painstakingly time-stamped for during the time where we're going to be busy.
Ooh.
And I'm going to make that crap go viral so that we are very clearly hanging out doing something innocent during that time.
That's my girl.
That is my primary prep.
Okay. Give me do you want that to be your individual or your group? Your call.
Individual.
Okay. So that roll is basically 2d6 plus ability.
Actually, it requires the whole group because I want us all to be. Yeah, let's make
Okay.
that the group.
Okay.
So it's 2d6. Is that a cool or?
I mean, it is up to basically. I would say it is either cool or clever, your choice.
Okay, it is a cool. And I am. I don't think any of my other bonuses are probably going to apply to this unless maybe viral talent.
Given that you're probably doing this as a social type of situation, basically you could. I would allow you to, if you wanted to use your once permission social roll boost, you could do that, but that means you can't use it during the mission.
Okay.
As a note,
Yeah,
you
let's
are
go ahead and
basically
do
you
it.
do have over prepared, which is the first time you make any prep roll in a mission, gain 1 additional prep even on a failure. If either your personal prep or group prep runs out during a mission, you have disadvantage in all rolls for the rest of the mission.
Oof. Okay. Well, I'm going to use a bonus from social media, and you said I can use a one-time. I don't actually see that on here. But
It's
that's
under
fine.
Origin Celebrity on your cheat sheet. That's what your celebrity origin gets you.
Ah, that's what celebrity gets me. All right. So that becomes what, an advantage?
That's a boost, which is an additional die.
Oh, it's just a straight up extra die.
Yep, boost is a
Nice.
straight up extra die. And basically
Do
basically
this.
the target number is 7. For each 3 you get over 7,
Yeah. There we
you
go.
get an additional prep.
Boom.
Okay.
There we go. That's an 11.
Okay, that is 2 prep. So basically, I can track that. I will keep track.
Can I
of
tag my bonus prep onto that?
that. Is that even? Is it? Yes. Since this is your first one, yes.
Yes, 3. All right. And then for my personal prep, we're going to put together a bit of a disguise because, yeah, I don't want to be in 2 places at the same time.
Okay. Go ahead and give me the individual prep roll. That's essentially the same thing. 2d6
Yes, but
plus
without the
ability
social
plus-
media boost and without the extra die.
Correct. Basically, unless you have something else which is giving you basically as another specialty you can tag in.
Over prepared, trendy wardrobe. I don't know.
Trendy wardrobe I will allow as basically that's an item, but I will
That's
let
an
you give you
asset.
I will let you
Yeah.
give a +1 specialty on this roll.
Okay, so a bonus of 1 for my wardrobe. All right. Come on, baby. Big money. Yeah. There it is.
Okay. That's 12. So that's 2.
I will
Actually,
take
for,
it.
Yeah, for each 3. So yeah. 7 and 10.
Just, yeah, missed it 1. That's fine. I'll take it. I'm feeling ready.
Okay. So, next up, Vera, how are you prepping?
Well, she goes to the gym at least 4 times a week anyway, so she'll be doing that.
Okay.
She'll also make sure that her rifle is in excellent firing order and go. Is there like a firing range that she can go practice at without anybody being aroused for suspicion?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, she'll
Basically, you
fire-
have a license for your weapon. That's what the license asset is. It allows you to have that, basically legally own that gun. Normally, otherwise, guns are heavily restricted on the station for obvious reasons.
Got it. So she'll make sure she goes to the range at least once to keep her marksmanship well honed. One of her talents is on-site procurement, so she kind of figures that if she needs to augment her kit, she can do that as she goes.
Basically, all what on-site procurement gets you is during a mission, every time you spend personal prep, roll a d6, and if you roll a 6, you get 1 prep back.
Right. Hold on.
So, basically, pick an aspect of what you just talked about, and use that for. This sounds like individual prep. So, pick one of those and give me a. Basically, use that as the basis for your individual prep roll. So 2d6 plus relevant ability plus any relevant specialties.
I lost the section on prep. Hold on.
It's towards the top.
Yes.
It's the second page. Yeah, I had to create the even shorter player reference because I'm like, oh look, oh good, they have a player reference that came with the PDF set, and the player reference is
Novel.
well, they just literally they stripped out all of essentially most of the lore from the system, and just just printed that as a PDF. So it's 100 pages still.
I just want to say, actually, when we announced that we were going to be doing Hardwire Island, I went ahead and I bought it off of Drive-Thru RPG, and I am amazed at even the quote-unquote, like, broken down version for the player guide is still, like, it's gorgeous, and B, holy crap content. Like, definitely worth $30.
Yeah, they have a lot of cool stuff basically in the it is a feature-rich and lore-rich game. Like, I really appreciate all the work they put into it. Basically, they built a really interesting world and universe and things like that. And so, like, even if you don't really role play, you just like reading. You're like, oh, I like reading books for the lore and things like that. Basically, Hardwire Island is definitely for you because it is chock full of that. It's got a whole lot of like systems and basically in areas. It breaks down what all different areas of the station are like. So it's a little thick in terms of rules, and sometimes, and so you have to have someone, like I had to go through and I broke it down into a for this because we didn't have a lot of prep time. It's still a 30-page. Is it 30 pages? Yes, it's
something like that. Yeah,
27 pages worth of basically kind of a broken down version of it. Basically, so it's not like, basically, if you're looking for I just want a quick dice list type system, this may not be for you. But if you're wanting a more, okay, let's actually give me options, give me things to do, basically give me abilities and things like that. It does a really cool job. I do like their stealth and security system, which we'll get into here soon. So, Mira, reach the decision.
I'm having trouble figuring out
What's
what
up?
to say I'm rolling for.
So basically you've grab one of them. Like we were saying, you're going to the gym. Basically, so you're working out a lot. So you're going to say, okay, my prep is going to be 2d6, and that ability is tough. So I'm going to do 2d6 plus tough, and then you're going to look at your basically your specialties, and be like, okay, basically like military, basically military preparedness is probably gives you basically like you're prepping for when you're going out on a mission or something like that. You know how to stretch, how to work out, how to avoid hurting yourself, but get yourself into a good state for doing a mission. So you'll add that specialty. If you were saying I'm basically cleaning my rifles and things like that. Basically making sure that all my stuff is basically in order, basically training at the range. That's probably quick. And then you're going to add basically guns. If you instead said something like, hey, I feel like I'm going to basically do some poking on my bounty hunting channels and see if I can't turn up information about some of the people who might be part of this gang and that they might have outstanding warrants on them and things like that. That might be a cool plus bounty hunting role.
Well, I think let's do the training at the gym thing and do the tough plus military.
Okay. So this will be your individual prep. So it's basically the points you'll get for this you'll put into the personal prep box on your sheet.
Got it.
Okay.
Didn't I have to beat a 7?
Yep, you had to get it's versus a 7. So rolling a 7 got you what you needed.
Okay.
So you have one prep, one
Got
individual prep.
Got it. Thank you.
So now you go to group prep, which is what are you doing to add basically helping contribute to the group. Mike's was that yours could be gathering information or basically training the group or something like that.
No, I like that idea to reach out to the bounty hunting network and see what I could turn up on the people in the Terabyte Boys.
Okay.
So you said, would that be cool or clever?
I will allow cool because cool is essentially the kind of the charismatic type thing. So it's the interacting with people, getting information out. Oh, thank you for the follow, false hope.
Okay, so that'll be my cool plus bounty hunting bonus. So here's that for group.
Okay, 3 plus 2 plus 1 plus 2, that's 8. Awesome, that gives you 1 prep for the group. So the group prep goes up by 1. Awesome. All right, Maru.
Oh, I'm about to apply some special abilities.
Go for it.
I'm ready. My body is ready.
All right. To begin, as a hacker, I have an ability called Online Resources, which is the first time you roll for personal prep, gain +1 additional prep.
Excellent.
Actually, oh, wait, no, you know what? No, I messed up. I'm sorry. No, I don't have that talent yet. I got excited. I saw it listed and I was like, haha. Okay, so that's cool. We're gonna pretend I was prepared for this eventuality. So yeah, I am going to personally go ahead and get in contact with my old hacker buddies and see if anyone can help me get us onto that invite list.
All right.
For the auction.
So basically, this is going to be hacking.
Yep.
Obviously.
So my hacking is +2.
Okay.
So my bonus is 2 then.
Yep, and you're probably rolling. I'm going to say basically this is probably clever.
I'm thinking that too. All right, no disadvantage, no ability, correct?
Do note that your origin criminal.
That's fair. That's fair.
Basically, assuming you're doing this as personal prep.
Yes.
Okay.
So does that give me an extra bonus point?
That gives you an extra die.
Extra die.
Because it is boosted.
Up?
Boosted gives you an extra die.
Okay, cool. That was where I was getting confused with the boost system. I'm like, this sounds cool, but I'm too dumb to understand it. Yeah, and so I can only use one specialty, right? Per roll?
No, you can use as many specialties as a
Okay. I also call in criminal underworld.
Okay,
So
that makes
that's going to
sense.
be a bonus of +3. We are going to power game this. Tell me when to stop. Tell me when to stop. Tails, you weren't here for when I literally went spider monkey on a guy and just repeatedly punched him in the face while I was a violence backpack on him. It was great. Or maybe you were. I don't know, but it was close to my heart. No, you know what? I'm not gonna apply Hackerden. I'm not gonna apply Hackerden. I'm gonna stop there. I've done enough, and we are gonna roll.
No,
And it is a 16. I have rolled a 16.
Okay, so that is 7, 10, 13, 16. So that is 4 personal prep for you.
Okay.
Good start.
Dazam. Let's see. And now for... It's okay, I'll redistribute the wealth if I need to later. Let's see, what does overprepared do
Oh,
again?
actually, that's a crit, isn't it? 'Cause you have
Oh,
3 fours.
hell yes! This
Let
is
me-
the only good roll I will get
That's
this entire
amazing.
game.
Let me double check what biscuit, because I think there is a. Is there?
Didn't you crit earlier too, though?
I don't know.
No, that was Jupiter
Yeah.
who critted
Yeah,
on
that
that.
was me.
I will.
Yeah.
I will let you take and get an extra prep for the crit.
All right, so I got 5 personal
you got
prep.
5.
What up? Let's see.
I'm gonna be generous now because I know how this group rolls in a crisis.
Ouch. Rude. We're your
I mean, let's be
friends,
honest.
Mark.
There's a reason why everyone was shocked that I nailed that person on the first try. Okay, let's be honest here.
Roll 20
All
comes
right.
after people with a vengeance sometimes.
Yeah, right.
I mean, there's a reason we have a dice jail emote.
There is. There is. So I suppose, do I roll group prep now?
Yes.
Okay. I am going to teach everyone in the group while maybe looking somewhat pointedly at my bestie So Young here. I'm going to teach them some basic like OPSEC, social engineering, that kind of thing. Like we're going to learn some basics.
Okay.
Sounds reasonable somehow.
Yep. Love you, bestie.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. So, yeah, that is... Describe what your character's doing. Okay, relevant ability and specialty. So that's going to be... Let's see, I am... Remind me again, because I got super excited and did not retain the information. How did I get the 3rd dice on my personal one? That was an ability.
Origin Criminal gave you. That.
Okay.
And that
Does
gives
that
you-
extend...
that is only the first. That is the first personal prep you get is boosted.
That is extremely fair. Okay. So in that case, if it's, I'm assuming that's going to be clever. That we're going to roll it for,
Sure. Makes
Okay,
sense. 'cause you're convincing people.
right? And specialty. Let's see. Yeah, I'll use hacking again.
Okay. Follows.
Mark, how much of a power gamer do I want to be?
Go for it.
Okay. Can I argue an extra 1 for Hacker Den because all of my supplies and stuff are in there that I'm teaching people, like, this is what this does and that kind of thing?
Sure.
All right.
I will allow
If
it.
that's the case, I am not gonna then make an argument also for criminal underworld. So
That one's
that's
stretching
fine.
it a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. I have relied on your good graces once, well, more than once, but once this roll. So I'm going to take it and run. Thank you.
Okay.
I now roll. I now roll a 14.
Okay. So that is 7, 10, 13. So 3 prep, and we forgot to apply over prepared last time. So we will apply it to this one.
Okay.
So that gives you 4 personal prep. You are adding to the group prep pool.
Okay. So do I take that off of my sheet then, or is that just separate from my personal prep?
No, basically, group prep is its own thing that I am tracking.
Own pool. Cool.
Yeah.
I touch
Okay.
nothing.
You have your prep that you should have recorded from basically the number we gave you in the first one.
That is totally fair. I am glad to contribute. Salute, comrades. It's our prep.
All right. Last but not least, Jupiter. How are you going to attempt to prep this crew for a heist mission?
Okay, can I with my thieving and parkour and all those skills, can I track down the addresses of all the people we got IDs from and put rat poison in their food when they're not home?
Oh, damn. It's the nice one you gotta watch out for.
Wow.
Cut down the numbers a little bit.
The cheerful thief, everyone.
Yeah.
I
Tony,
will say the fact that you're not going to go with outright murder because basically enough about the security systems and things like that you would get caught doing that. However, I will say the fact that you might be able to say delay or otherwise tamper with like their DoorDash orders, or basically, sorry, it's not DoorDash in this world. It
Roof
is
Dash.
what? Roof Dash. Roof Dash orders, so that several of them are going to come down with food poisoning and things like that, and they spend more time in the bathroom than on the mission.
steal the food out of the bags, replace with dog poop. Yes.
Wow.
What do you mean? I thought that was a DoorDash standard.
Oh. Ow.
Well, we're not getting sponsored by them.
Yeah.
Cooper eats.
Okay, great. Nice.
Nice.
66.
Oh.
No.
So that
Factor
leaves
66 reminds me of Order 66, though, and that concerns me.
Wipe them out, all of them.
Fits.
All right, Jupiter. Is this individual or group? I'm guessing this feels more like group, but it's up to you.
It does feel very much like a helping the group prep sort of thing. So,
Okay. All right. So name your ability and any specialties you want to apply to that.
All right. Because I'm going to be doing a lot of personal interaction, I assume that would be cool.
Yeah, sure.
So let's put that on there. What do I have as a courier? Would my asset as a courier company help with that?
I mean, food delivery is a type of courier.
And I mean, I have whatever app is on my sheet is labeled as Roof Dash.
Yes. Basically, app
So
is basically everyone. Basically, what the app is the essentially your side gig. How do you make money on the side outside of your day job?
So see, there we go. I already work for them.
Sure, because of the creativity of it, I will give you advantage on this.
I love it.
I love watching Mark being forced to compromise his like principles as a GM on our behalf. It's great.
This is it.
I
no,
like the fact that he focuses on the fun and the story and not so much the Crunchyroll stuff.
Yeah.
That makes me
Agreed.
happy.
Rule of cool. This game, but to some people to write it, rule of cool is a thing. Again, if you want straight die rolls and nothing else, go play a video game.
So I get one advantage so far.
You have advantage in basically in addition to whatever specialties you want to apply. I think you said you're applying you have a courier specialty?
No, I've got my job, my
Oh.
asset is membership of a courier company.
Right.
So I don't think. The only thing I could think of would be disable security, but I don't know how secure the bags are that the food's going in on.
Oh, there's
That would
definitely
count.
basically like if DoorDash in our time period has figured out that they need to put a sticker on bags, Roof Dash I'm going to assume has also figured it out.
Okay, so disable security,
Okay.
and that one goes where?
That is the bonus at the end.
Bonus. Okay, so we're looking at 2 dice,
2
1
dice.
advantage,
Yep.
cool, and 1 bonus.
Correct.
Does that look right?
Yep.
All right, big money, no whammies.
Okay. 8 total. It is a crit, however, because you rolled all 2s.
Oh, cool.
So I will basically, so that is
Wow.
7 is 1 prep, and then the crit will give you a second prep. So you get 2 prep. Basically, this is 2 prep to the group prep pool.
Nice.
That brings you guys to a total of 10 group prep.
That's pretty good.
That's a solid start. So last is your individual prep. Do note that you do have an ability on your sheet which does give you a boost to prep, but you have to work it into your story.
Where is that ability?
Regular customer.
Ah.
You're
And what does regular
around these
customer
parts.
mean?
You are a regular customer at a place known as the Early Access Net Cafe. Basically, it is the Cheers. Everyone says everyone knows whatever name you've chosen to give them. Basically, you are a known customer there under that identity.
So is it the sort of place that I can go and find out a little bit about what to expect during this auction? You know, also not just in terms of what they're auctioning, but also, you know, what kind of security they have. Maybe slip that in there, using some of that social stuff that we're getting taught by Maru.
Izzy Kaijo is the owner of the basically the Early Access Net Cafe. Basically, she's the gamer. So odds are good. Even as a business owner, Izzy has a strong NEAT aura, N-E-E-T, not N-E-A-T. Wears occult jewelry, goth arm slings, basically sleeves and stockings all over her outfit. She has lots of tangled hair and tired late night gaming session eyes. Though lately it's mostly stressed thinking about 2020. Not that 2020, but the different 2020. So the answer is yes. She is basically. Oh, thanks for stopping by, Tails. Good to have you.
Take care.
Yeah, thank you. Worth it.
So the answer is she is likely going to have information. That basically that you could get from her. So is that what you want to do?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I assume we're going to go off a cool again.
Mm-hmm.
And so what does using regular customer give me?
Once permission, you may visit as part of a prep action and boost it for free.
Okay, so boost goes... Dice are my weakness. Boost goes where?
Boost is the number of dice.
Okay, so I'm going from 2 to 3 on dice?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, and I think looking for the information, there's not much else I've got. Yeah, so nothing I can really stack up on there. So we're looking at 3 dice. Do I have an advantage?
No, unless you have something.
I thought I was getting the bonus, but not the advantage.
Yeah.
Or the boost. So it's just 3 dice with no advantage, no disadvantage, and no bonus.
I mean, basically, yes, with cool. Yep.
Okay, I'm just double checking, making sure. All right, let's see how this goes. I guess it'll go okay.
That's a decent number, yeah. So 7, 10, 13, 16. Did not roll any of the same number because she just rolled a straight instead. But so that gives you 4.
4 in the personal prep.
4 in personal prep. And basically, if you look at the personal prep section, it tells you basically spending prep will tell you how you can spend your prep. So remember that you can individual prep only you can spend. Group prep basically you are spending out of a group pool. Okay. Sorry. All right. So, basically, you have the date. Basically, so on the basically on the evening of 8 days hence, your invites basically you have been invited to a celebration of information. Is what the Terrified Boys have called it. That's good. Your invites, at least that's what's on your invites, which promise to be their own NFT. Basically, you can sell later because everyone basically it'll become everybody. You want to be able to tell everyone later that you were there. So this NFT will be worth something as proof of that later. And so you are. Basically, you have the address, which is essentially going to lead you down basically to it. They all try Cyberpunk. Oof.
Ouch.
But so basically, so you know the fact that basically it promises hors d'oeuvres and things like that. So, basically, you will basically. Are you all showing up at the front door with invitations in hand as a group?
No.
Okay.
Hex no. That'd be too sus.
We might get recognized as the group that beat up some of their guys. So yeah, we'll trickle in individually.
Okay.
Luna, let us know if you disagree.
No, I think that's a good, don't associate with each other while we're on the inside either any more than necessary would be if I'm allowed to totally skip ahead and give everyone advice.
Right. Basically, some of this is going to be
gave us is the training, so
Okay. That's fair.
Yeah, basically, some of this has been covered under your prep and things like that. So you've come up with a plan somewhat. How much it survives contact with the enemy is always a thing, but we'll fill in the details as we. Basically, like the flashback is for only when you actually have to take an action. We'll allow basic flashbacks and, oh yeah, we would have talked about, we would have done that, set up this, etc., etc.
Sick. I look forward to reminding you all of the stuff that I definitely taught you in like 20 minutes.
So you're going to get basically, you will be basically, as each of you arrive, you will be basically, you'll have your invite scanned and checked. All of them will check out. Basically, they'll be like, basically, whatever fake names you have given for yourselves, feel free to come up with your own fake names. Excuse me.
Don't let us down. Make them good.
Either come up with your own fake names, or Maru gets to pick all of them for you because she's the one who came up with all the invites, and you have to live with that.
Oh my god, I'm so spoiled.
Maru, pick me a name.
Okay.
So you will make your way basically down. You'll be led down basically it's a very obviously like an abandoned subway basically station, which means that you're going to go past basically they have security at the turnstiles, which are checking the invites and then letting you through. You'll see that there are several doors that are basically which are obviously old office spaces and basically abandoned office spaces, server rooms, and things like that, that were basically originally for the station, that will have several boys coming in and out of basically as you get led down. But you will essentially be led down into what used to be the tracks, which they've kind of converted into kind of a banquet hall type situation. They've set scaffolding up over where the tracks used to be, and it kind of levels the entire area out into one open area. Though very obviously half of it is wooden scaffolding and half of it is old. It's a station thing, so you got the yellow line and things like that painted on the floor. There will be tables of food which are kind of basically been set up. There is a stage area which has been hung up with basically it's very much basically like hacker. Someone gave hackers a budget, but not artistic sense. It's not as bad as the 8 Festival where they used medical grade UV lighting. At least you hope not. But
the goggles, they do nothing.
But basically, it is very definitely bright and flashy, and no taste. So basically the big sign that's over it, basically a big sign that hangs over the stage is in giant like tech. They like the worst like tech bro font you can think of. It's not Comic Sans, but basically it's like something they thought looked cool, but it's like the equivalent of a Word default font. It's almost unreadable.
Papyrus?
Not basically. They know that Papyrus is Middle Eastern, and that's not what they're going for here. So it's like graphic motherboard clip art type font, like where it's just like almost unreadable, basically badly kerned, the whole 9 yards, and blown up and artifacted and things like that when they got it printed out. Basically, like, and it just says the Terabyte Boys. Basically, the Terabyte Boys present data appreciation. And basically, there is something. There is a large kind of. There is a tarp covered kind of box, basically on stage. And they're shuffling various things on, basically onto the stage. As you basically looking around the room, there are definitely various different groups here. some of which range from basically they're obvious terabyte boys, basically kind of thugs and things like that. There are some overpaid, there are some underpaid and overworked catering staff, which is wandering through, which has obviously been hired, basically hired by the terabyte boys to cater the event. And they're dealing with, basically they're having to deal with a mix of terabyte boys, and basically there looks to be some wealthier type people. You're fairly certain that there are some people from IMX here. There's some other people wearing fancier clothing. You don't quite, basically you can't identify what corporation they're from. And there are some other rougher types, which you identify, basically like, look, basically between all of you, you will identify as various, basically different types of gangs from other parts of the station. Some of the more well-off gangs, as it were. Ones that manage to at least keep the veneer of having a legitimate business. And those are basically, so you've got like kind of 3 tiers of thugs hanging out. Basically, you've got thugs, basically organized thugs, and corporate thugs. Like there are some executives, but the executives very definitely have people in large, basically large burly people in suits with bulges in places that you could easily identify as holsters.
Oh, that kind of bulge.
So that's basically, that is what you will be led down into.
Yeah.
It is basically up to you if you want, basically. So basically that is the flow that you will be led through. Unless somebody says otherwise, you'll kind of end up essentially mingling in the crowd. Basically with people wandering by with canapes and drinks and other stuff.
These guys, the terabyte boys, are confusing to me. Like, canapes at their abandoned subway stop hideout soiree. They have all this money that they're extorting, but they wear the Canadian tuxedo.
Crypto bro. Basically, again, it's the aesthetic of people who have fallen into money, basically, and don't really know how to. They don't know how to spend it, and so they're spending it on what they think are things which look cool.
Okay.
They're like, oh, we're having an auction. That's a big fancy thing. That means we need big fancy stuff at our event. So they'll do stuff like getting catering, because that's what you do at a big fancy event. And then they'll just order everything when they get asked, well, what preferences, what do you want to serve? You know, fancy stuff. They'll name random fancy things. So nothing here goes with anything else that's here. There is no sense of style anywhere. It's all garish colors, bright lights, basically showing off stuff. Basically, it is we have money, look at us. But we didn't bother to listen to anybody who gave us any opinions on taste.
There is no accounting for such. Okay.
And they're all building their own submarines.
Are they controlled with a Logitech gamepad?
Oof.
Ouch.
Oof. Damn.
Oh no. That's
Okay, on that note. Oof.
If you hate Atlantic 7 2 weeks after that, you technically hate the rich.
Yikes.
Ow.
On that note,
Gross.
I'm going to the bathroom. Be right back.
do we need on that note? Do we need to take a break before continuing?
Let's
know.
take 5 before we jump into the thick of the action, if that's okay.
You mean
That's
before
a-
I get us all canceled?
I'm,
Yes. Or
I
kill,
just have
whichever.
to pee, that's all. I'll be.
You're not the one who said human salsa.
It's also true. We'll be right back in about 5 minutes. And canceled my live. Great first time chat. Remind telling us that we've been canceled by Logitech. That's a shame. Well, you know what?
Yes.
I grew up with Logitech controllers, you know, because that's all I had for like the Logitech and Gravis gamepads, you know.
I have a Corsair mouse and a Cooler Master keyboard. I mean, what does that mean?
I've got a Corsair keyboard and a Logitech mouse.
Nice.
All right. I'm putting up the be right back. Entertainment. You talk amongst yourselves. But
After these messages.
please bring back the Sorry, hang on. We need to we have to deal with moderating our own members. I was gonna say talk amongst yourself and don't violate the TOS, but we just right past that. So I'm just gonna hit be right back. And we'll be back, folks. Assuming the channel's still here within 5 minutes. We'll be right back, assuming the channel is here in 5 minutes. And we're back. We're back, and basically, yes, basically there will be. Basically, who could be shocked that the anti-capitalistic basically anti-corporation Cyberpunk game somehow stirred up anti-capitalistic commentary? Could be anything. Weird. We're all looking for the game system responsible for this. All right. So basically you're at this so you're all at the soiree, you're all in different positions, basically scattered throughout the party. So let's just go ahead and basically you're here early enough, I am assuming, that there is time before the auction is set to start. It is up to you guys how early that is. Whether that's an hour, basically there will probably be like an hour and a half before the auction starts is when they open the doors, essentially. So any time in that time period is when you guys show up.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
I mean, we don't want to be the first people through the doors. We want some folks around to mingle with and kind of obscure who we are. But we can be early.
Maybe like 45 minutes early, hour early, something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're by no means the last people, but most of the major groups are here. From what you can tell, basically no other major groups are going to show up over the course of this before the auction. Some other individuals will show up. So it is basically we'll start with Sion, and other people can jump in as they wish.
Then. Let's I feel like we should start this one with Maru, but
That's fine.
I feel like you're the fearless leader on this particular adventure.
All right. Well, to begin with, our main objective should be figuring out where the USB sticky dude is hanging out and kind of see if we can keep track of his movements throughout.
It's fairly easy to spot him. Fortran Be Good, which is his full name, is very definitely glad-handing basically throughout the room. He is probably the swankiest one here. He is wearing what looks to be an expensive but ill-fitting basically tuxedo. They're like he bought an off-the-rack expensive tuxedo. Basically, he's like, oh, I spent money on it. That means it should fit well.
Oh dear.
Tailoring sounds like basically work. So basically he is going around and kind of introducing himself to introducing himself to various groups. You notice that he'll probably spend most of his time talking with the IMX people. They seem to be the group that he spends the most time chatting with. But he'll visit most of the other groups at various points, and then
Shocker.
basically go back and yell at people. Basically, yell at either the catering staff or basically some of his own people for various things being set up or not set up.
Okay. Does his tuxedo have pockets that I can discern?
The pants do. You're fairly certain that he has not unstitched the jacket, basically the jacket pockets. It has them,
Right.
but he doesn't realize that you can't just seam rip those and actually have pockets in the jacket.
Probably doesn't even know what a seam ripper is.
Exactly.
Okay, cool.
Ouch.
He's just like, oh, they sewed them shut. Oh, they must be they're just designer jacket pockets. How weird.
How am I gonna fit my earbuds in here now, bro? All right, so I'm thinking we don't want to lose sight of this guy, so we should kind of be Let's see. We're all kind of doing this separately, so we're not posing as a group ourselves. But did any of us end up with identities that are related to the IMX, IXM, IX to the corp? To the big
IMX
baddie?
is the corporation.
IMX.
The
Okay.
gentrification corporation in the area.
Okay.
I wouldn't think so unless you deliberately wanted to do that, because you know the fact that they are more likely to all know each other, and basically you would basically doing so would expose your risk. It is up to you if you want to. I will allow that, given your prep rolls. But do realize it carries the risk of being, hey, I don't recognize you.
No, I have another plan. I have a different plan. Does he have bodyguards with him? Actually, let me ask that before.
There are various terabyte boys scattered throughout the room at various points.
Okay, but none of them are like standing right next to him or anything.
No.
Okay. I'm sorry, did I totally take over So Young's like?
No.
turn?
So Young pushed you up as leader.
Okay.
I tagged you in.
All right, so I'm gonna kind of pretend to just be walking past So Young, I guess. And you know, without making it clear that we know each other, and just kind of say, you know, go talk to him, go distract him, go pretend you are a big fan or something, like go pretend you're a groupie type thing. And then I'm gonna very slowly start making my way near-ish up towards him, but hanging back so it's not obvious I'm walking towards him.
Making your way downtown.
Walking fast. We still can't
Alright.
get sued. It was short enough.
I am all about that. Do it.
All right.
Okay. Basically, before we do that, just basically do a quick check-in with Mira and Jupiter. Are you going to be doing anything on your own during this time period, or are you just watching and waiting for opportunities?
Mira first.
No, I will be, maybe 20 to 30 feet away, beverage in hand, just kind of people watching, but what I'm really doing is surveilling what's going on with Fortran.
Okay. Jupiter?
I'm keeping an eye on what's going on while I talk somebody's ear off about Voltron versus Dirugger.
Are you honestly, basically, are you honestly wanting to attempt to distract somebody, or are you just in general talking to whoever?
I'm just in general found somebody to start talking to that acted like they were listening, and that was their problem.
Cool.
That was enough for you, babe.
Yep.
It was their mistake.
Okay. So basically the mood of this scene is formal, obviously. It is basically, so are you going to basically, do you want to charm or bullshit, Seon?
Who, me?
No, Soyeon.
Okay.
Basically,
I'm gonna
he's going
charm.
to go try and talk to.
I'm all about the charm.
Okay.
Sorry, I missed that we were switched back to me. So we're gonna, I'm definitely gonna come in and charm them. That is one of my specialities, so I get a bonus. Would that be cool then?
It is 2d6 cool basically versus their cool. Singletons.
with a bonus because I'm so charming. Yeah, baby.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking about.
All right. So basically,
Hold on,
what
15.
topic of conversation do you want to kind of chat with them about?
Okay, so is there a specific theme of conversation happening already that I can jump in on?
Basically, which group? Basically, if you're approaching when he's talking to one of the other groups, then.
Yeah, because then I can just like slide in without standing out particularly.
So you have your choice of groups. Either when he's talking to the you can approach when he's talking to the IMX people. You can approach when he's talking to some of the more organized crime, basically individuals. You can approach when he's talking to, basically just individual investors, as it were.
If I can slip into the middle of a conversation around entertainment, that would be my choice because that's a topic that I can talk about. But if
less of that at this point, probably.
Okay. Then I'll slide into the investors conversation and talk a big game. I know how to at least converse with the big wigs and the people with money.
Okay. The individuals or the larger corporation one? Your choice.
Individuals.
Okay. So you'll catch him starting a conversation with somebody who's very concerned about the welfare. He's looking to invest in the future generations. Talking a lot about in terms of keeping keeping things clean and pure, keeping communities clean, as it were. And how the information that can be that he's making available here can help root out corruption and things like that, and that's what they're interested in investing in, is getting access to that information.
Got it.
Basically, a political activist is what you're getting. So basically, you'll kind of slide in.
They're paying for political activism. Wow, nice.
Yep. So basically, you can slide in, talk about that, and after a bit, he'll obviously focus away from talking to that investor, and we'll given how you roll, be like, oh, we'll kind of turn to you and be like, oh, so what are your interests? We're glad that you could come. Obviously you're a concerned individual. We're glad to see that sort of thing. So glad to help out glad to help out the community at large.
Of course.
So often these
Maru,
sort of things.
How was I supposed to steer him, Maru?
Oh, just keep him,
Okay.
keep him distracted. But you're adorable and charming, so yeah.
Perfect.
Okay.
Keep him talking. Keep him talking.
Okay.
So I'll kind of piggyback on some of the thoughts of some of the other folks and be like, yeah, we're really looking to get into some intelligence and kind of go into spin this whole tale. Basically, I'm going to spin this whole tale about how I'm looking for opportunities to break into an industry, and I think that he's got all the right connections and willing to pay for that.
Okay. So he'll excitedly talk to you about the exciting world of cybersecurity and the advances that they're making in that, and how NFTs will 100% help for the blockchain is the only way to keep things actually secure. And he'll just
Oh God.
go off on that for a while. So
Wow,
he
that's
is, well,
fascinating.
you have found his topic, and he thinks he's found somebody who basically is of like mind, and so is gladly
gonna
chalk
ask
your
him-
ear. Yep.
When he starts to subside a little bit, I'm going to ask him a question, but I'm going to ask him questions in a way that makes it sound like I'm on board hook, line, and sinker,
Okay.
and think he's just so smart.
Yep. Basically, you're continuing. Basically, you've got him on the hook. Um.
Oh my
Maru.
gosh! Tell me more about the blockchain.
The only thing worse would
Like
be
it sounds, yeah.
would be the blockchain. Is that where they keep the blocks? Basically, when they block people on the internet, do they go on the blockchain? If basically in trying to play up the I am a female. I do not understand tech.
What happens if somebody brings in the bolt cutters?
Yeah. Can you-
Oh my god!
You may woo at will.
All right. All right,
Please don't
Maru. So he's got Fortran. She's got Fortran distracted rather. So what are you doing?
Little me?
Little you.
Well, despite urge to kill rising every time someone mentions the blockchain, I'm going to, since he's got ill-fitting clothing, hopefully be able to kind of pickpocket the shit out of him, and grab that USB stick that I'm just gonna assume is in his pocket, which I now realize is a massive plot hole because who does that? But still, he's a cyber bro. He's a crypto bro. We assume he's does this shit.
We assume he's stupid?
Yes. Yes, exactly. His OPSEC is terrible and his wallet is easily hacked. Yes. So I'm going to attempt to just, while he's focusing on So Young being adorable and like oh so endearing and such, I'm gonna just kind of do the whole sticky fingers.
Okay. Let's see here. So what you basically, I will give you this because this is already planned in advance.
Okay.
You basically, during the conversation, because So Young has him so charmed, he will because he's an idiot and likes showing off. He will pull out a necklace he is wearing. And will basically show that off to Sayong as essentially being the keys to the kingdom, is what he'll call them. Though he will mysteriously he says these are the keys to the kingdom. Though he says this is basically the best part is this is only the small fry. Basically, the big thing is what's going to go on sale on stage. Let me tell you, that's when that die rolls, so is the money. The money is just going to. We're going to crit hit a nice chunk of money. That's a role playing thing, in case you didn't know.
Sure.
Oh, amazing! Very cool.
So that's what you'll see.
I had no idea.
That is what you'll see, basically. So he still has other stuff in his pockets, but that I will at least give you. He will show that all.
Yeah, I'm not gonna waste pissing off the city guards here just to rob him this time, or at least this way. So I'm listening to all of this, and as I'm reaching my hand out, I'm kind of drawing it back, a little relieved I don't have to go rummaging around in this gross dude's pockets. I might be stalling for time while I look at my character sheet here. I always have a few tools with me, so it's fair to assume then that this is going to be a big expensive thing.
The thing he's talking about on stage?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Can I then sort of just without breaking stride walk away again and how am I gonna do this? I'm trying to not screw us all over. Can I go ahead and make an attempt, since I've got my hacking suite with me, probably tucked into a coat or something like
your
that.
Your eyes are your hacking suite.
Oh, that too. Yeah.
Basically,
okay, so
you basically you have the ability to use it just through looking, just eye blinks and looking and things like that. You do have a keyboard you can pull out if you want to be a little bit more obvious, but you can be a little bit more circumspect if a little slower with the eye blinks.
I'm gonna be a little more circumspect. I'm not gonna pull out the external keyboard, but I'll tell you what I am gonna do is I'm gonna be walking around that place running my hacking suite to figure out who's got Bluetooth enabled on their phone and hasn't secured their wallet, because all these people are theoretically rich and I think their money needs to be mine. So I'm gonna go ahead and make sure that the group's got some funds with which to potentially snag this some biscuit.
Okay. Okay, give me a... Yep.
Sorry. You mean to, like, bid on it with?
Yes.
She wants to steal the money in advance to use it to bid in the auction. I love it. It's brilliant.
Exactly. And the best part is that if anybody tries to bid on the thing and beat us, they're going to find their wallets are empty and they can't actually pay for it.
So it's NSF charge.
Pretty much. Yeah, see. So it's gonna slow them down.
Amazing.
It's gonna increase our chances. So we're gonna yeah.
Truly amazing.
I have a good I know exactly how this situation's going to work out. Let's see if we roll off here. So it's a simple hack. So give me 2d6 plus clever. Basically adding your hacking specialty.
Wait. You know exactly how this is going to go? Oh no, that's like walking into a room and the entire party fails a perception check. Oh god. Oh, I just heard the dice roll and the failure, and I don't feel good.
No, don't worry. Your plan will still work into it. It's just there is an absolutely 100% crypto bro way that this situation is going to work out.
Oh god, I look forward to that. So I'm gonna add my +2 hacking, I guess.
Yes.
Your name is Matt Cuthon, and the dice are rolling in your head.
Lols. Can I also apply Criminal Underworld to this? +1.
If you're targeting the groups which are, if you're specifically just targeting the criminal underworld groups here, yes.
Okay. Well, I'm not specifically targeting anyone. I'm basically trying to figure out who's unlocked and whose wallet I can drain right now.
Yeah.
So I'm still going to take my +2 hacking though.
Mm-hmm. Don't forget you have prep.
I do have prep. So how do I apply prep?
Basically, you can before rolling, you can spend it on boosting a roll, which essentially just gives you a die. So one prep point gives you one die roll.
Okay, I think that's worth spending. I'm gonna spend 1 point.
Okay, you're spending it from personal or group?
I am spending this from personal right now.
Okay.
And I am going to do 3 dice, using clever as my ability and a +2 bonus from hacking. No whammies. It's an 11.
Okay. That basically for the basic thing that you're getting, basically you're going for, you'll basically wait. At least a couple of the people here have left stuff unsecured. So you're able to harvest we'll say some of the basically rather than using numbers at this point, we'll say you have you get a moderate amount out of it.
Okay.
So
But we've still thinned out the competition at least a little bit and gotten ourselves something.
So here's a question: are you basically with that basically I will let you hit either one person, or you pull that from 2 or 3.
Well, if my roll is an 11, I'm thinking if I try to spread that over, that's not a good enough roll to spread over multiple.
It's fine. Basically, I'm letting you choose. Basically, with that roll is
Okay.
good enough. Basically, you're not hitting. Basically, you're not hitting IMX. You're not hitting
Okay.
the big organized crime people. But
Right.
there are enough of the individual crypto bro investors here that you can either wipe one of them, or you can pull essentially a third from each. It's from like up to 3 of them, as it were.
Okay, then I'm gonna go ahead and if I don't have to like spread that out, I'm gonna go ahead and pull from multiples. I'll
Okay.
pull from
Okay, so you're not wiping any one person out. Okay.
right.
Okay. All right. So while you're occupied doing that, because that's going to take you a little bit of time, given that you're having to do it through through eye interface, as it were.
Sure.
What are the rest of you doing? So basically, Jupiter and Mira. Basically, you will see Maru kind of go off to the corner by themselves and pull their phone out, and appear to be doing something, but they get that look in their eyes that you've seen before. That means you know the fact that they're doing something. Basically, they're doing something more with their own hacking suite. You've seen that before. So you know they're going to be occupied for a little bit. Soyoung, for right now, is currently still distracting. Basically, Fortran, though he will start to end the conversation with promises of getting back to you later, basically within the time span of this action.
That tracks.
So Mira and Jupiter, you have actions, as it were. You're currently in social.
What does as Fortran leaves Soyoung's company, what does he do?
Continues glad handing.
Okay.
Basically, at least for a little bit, and then basically, if you watch him long enough, he's got a pattern of doing a little bit of glad handing and then going back and fidgeting with stuff on stage and talking to people. You will note, Mira, at basically that doing more behind the scenes type stuff, but popping out every once in a while, you'll spot Segfault.
Good old Seg Steve.
Yeah. Basically, he's a little bruised and scraped up from his encounter, so he's not front of house on this, but he's still consulting with Fortran on some stuff.
Out of curiosity, is he still in full denim?
Yes, because he's not smart enough to realize that that's not actually decent looking, and he's not smart, and he's not front of the house, so he hasn't been like a lot of the other Terabyte boys who are doing basically kind of wandering the crowd. They're still relatively easy to spot because they're in terrible, ill-fitting suits, and some of them have accessorized them by adding do you remember that for that shortest time span during the late 90s and early 2000s, when everyone had 2 or 3 phones and pagers, that it was the fashion trend among IT people to have the holster belt?
Yes!
Oh no.
I had holsters!
So some of these
It was
have
also
those
the
because
trend
they're
among young lesbians.
basically they're showing off their multiple devices that they have.
No. Oh, bless their,
Nice.
bless
So
their
they've got
little
this
hearts.
decent looking suit, and they've got this horribly ugly belt because they didn't buy nice ones of these. Basically, kind of strapped on top of it with their multiple devices and things like that. They make great show of pulling them out and flipping them out, looking at it, putting it back, and then keep going.
+4 inventory slot.
And so can we assume like some of them in like those professional leather holsters and some are just like in cheap OtterBox knockoffs and stuff like that?
Yep.
Oh no. Okay. Awesome. I just needed a visual picture of that.
Did you though? I'm not sure
Yeah.
any of us did.
Come on, we're all laughing. It's freaking awesome.
Some people are having flashbacks.
I mean, you're not wrong. Oh my god. I cringe at myself. All this new money these boys have, and yet it can't buy them fashion sense.
Oh.
Okay. So, back to the character I'm actually playing. Okay. Mira is wandering about, but always with an eye on Fortran.
Okay.
And never too far away. She's tracking his movements carefully. And, otherwise making, idle chit-chat here and there, but mostly just people watching and keeping to herself.
Okay. It's not that hard to do. Like, he's making himself known, so it's not hard to keep track of where he is at any given point. So you're not gonna have to make any roll to not be obvious. Basically, keeping an eye on him. You're also not the only person. Basically, the fact that you're not the only person in the room who's basically keeping an eye on him.
No, I'm sure many are that aren't even associated with us.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
So yeah, that's me.
Okay. Jupiter.
I'm still chatting happily with a couple people walked off, which means the original walked up, which means the original person could escape.
Okay.
So just still keeping up with that, but keeping an eye on the rest of the party, seeing what's going on.
Okay. So you'll start to get a general kind of flow of people in and out of the party. Most of the people who are basically there for the auction, as it were, hang out in that area. Basically, every once in a while, like, the only people who tend to basically, like, occasionally someone from basically one of the larger groups will kind of go to the side and, like, obviously take a phone call or something like that. Sorry, I read chat at the wrong moment. And so you're keeping an eye on people, making basically, and you will note that basically that there is a relative. Basically, there are people who are basically obviously Terabyte boys who are going in and out of a couple of doors in the area. Basically, there's at least one flow of people who are going from the stage and the covered thing on the stage and then back into one door. And there are some which are doing more what you recognize as kind of guard patrol type stuff, who are basically, they'll do a couple of circuits and then they end up going through a different door and someone else will come out and do a similar couple of circuits type thing. So you've got you've got those two different rooms that you've got traffic coming in and out of.
Okay, so I'm going to start pondering that, but I'm still going to be chatting folks up.
How many different guard patrol-y individuals do I count?
Rough numbers, there are probably about 5 out on the floor at any given point. Some of them are patrolling. Some of those, there are a couple of them which are positioned just by the stage.
Sure.
They're the most obvious ones. Like they're the ones who are basically out of everyone here is probably basically they look the most competent. They're slightly better dressed. They're slightly better. Basically, they look like they're a little bit more alert. And then you've got the 3 who are basically like Fortran thought he should hide them, so he paid for basically suits so that they fit in. But again, they're ill-fitting. Basically, they bulge, and they very obviously have basically bulges and things like that in places, which are basically ill-concealing, like a baton or possibly a gun. You have threat assessment if you want to use that, but it's up to you at what point you want to use that. And basically, you'll have to pick a group for threat assessment to work on, because they are not the only armed people here. There are basically the IMX group very definitely has guards with them. The organized crime groups definitely have some thugs with them. They're in slightly better ill-fitting suits. They're more tasteful, let's just say. And there's probably 1 or 2 of the individual investors is an investor and a bodyguard.
Understood.
Okay, so yeah, basically Fortran wanders off. Promises to talk to you later.
Yes, he takes off. I will proceed to move on to some of the other investors. Want to get a feel for how much they're looking to spend and or how actually knowledgeable they are versus following the hype.
Okay.
So we'll just continue charming everyone as best as I can.
Yeah, give me a charm roll.
That would be this. Boom.
Okay. So you'll get a couple of different, basically you'll realize that there's a couple of basically going at the individual investors. There's definitely some striations in the individual investors. There are people who are here because it's a technology event and they've been invited. Basically, and they talk a lot about Fortran's methods, basically like the software, the code, etc., and basically things like that. Seemingly that basically like he's going to be auctioning off, basically like something like that. So you're getting the feeling that basically they're here for the tools that Fortran has for data procurement. Some of them are here as they're basically like more like the ones you talk to who are political activists, slightly more zealous, shall we say?
Yeah.
Yeah. They're in it for personal feeling. They're in it for correcting wrongs, for getting revenge on, basically getting revenge or rooting out basically elements of society they don't agree with. Is what they're here for. They're definitely on the this is hype information. Basically, this guy has promised them the moon. They don't know anything about methods or technology or things like that. So, and then there's a third group you can't get to really talk to you.
Okay.
Even with your charm, they'll have conversations with you, no problem. But if you start to talk on what they're here for, they'll just kind of smile and say, basically, they've heard there's some cool surprises coming out. You'll get basically the closest you'll get is one of them will say that and look at the thing on the stage. But then we'll immediately basically realize they've slipped and then we'll disengage from the conversation and walk off.
Okay, got it.
money-wise,
Helio.
basically, you get from small to moderate. Basically small still being a decent chunk of money, but like we're talking hundreds of dollars. Basically hundreds of dollars to basically low thousands of dollars and those are more of the zealous people. The methods people are a little bit higher up. They're probably tens of thousands. And you have no idea what the other, you can't get anything out of the others types. But, I mean, IMX, basically, you're fairly certain that IMX doesn't show up for cheap.
Yeah, got it.
Okay. You're getting that,
I
so
got nothing then.
Okay. We'll wrap back around. Anything else from Maru, Mira, or Jupiter? Basically, at any point, we can fast forward to an auction if you want to. Basically, to keep things moving. It's just up to you if you want to do stuff in between now and then.
Nope, I'm just waiting for the auction to start so we can see what's up and hopefully buy it.
There we go.
Okay. Same with you, Mira?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm Mira.
Oh, you're Mira. Yeah, you know.
Sorry. But in any case, so about 20 minutes before the auction starts, basically, Fortran will walk up on stage and basically introduce himself and give this long-winded speech about about how data is important, about how the promises of that this station represents the promises of the technology of Earth, that they have come forward together out of hard times. They've risen up out of the ashes, the ashes of the impact. Fairly standard stuff you've heard before from Crypto Bros. Technology has brought us here, and technology will carry us beyond the stars, etc., etc. We've accomplished so much. How much more can we accomplish? He's like, that's gonna give you a little bit of details. We're going to be opening up the auction here soon. Before bidding actually starts, we will with the exception of the main event, which some of you know about, but not all of you, he'll gesture to the thing behind him. All of that will be done via the auction platform, which is being sent to your devices now that you signed up for the invite to now. And all of you will get pings on whatever devices you signed up, whatever identities, etc., etc. So you'll see various people pulling out phones, data devices, checking augments, things like that throughout the room. And you'll have an invitation to a site, which has a listing of things available for sale. But he's like, but I want you to pay attention to the fact that we need this information to be secure. And so in order to guarantee the security of this auction, all funds will be transferred into proprietary TB coin that you will then use to purchase. You could use to purchase things in the auction.
There it is. There's his big play.
No.
He is gonna abscond with all the money. That's bold.
By the way, you're roboting heavily, Mike. Your headset has decided to become cyborg.
Oh, that's funny.
TRB.
He sounds fine to me.
Okay, everybody's going cyborg on me.
I think it's you, Mark.
It's me.
Hey, Mark,
I
you're going
win.
cyborg.
Skill issue.
I'm going to disconnect from the call and come back in. One second.
Quick, Dad's gone. Everyone act up.
No, that didn't work. I'm going to kill Discord and try that. Please hold. The best part is the chat. Basically, the stream can hear me, but no one else can. Unless they're listening to the stream. Discord. Quit the Discord. Reopen Discord. Actually, let's also close you as well. Just to make sure. The stream gets to hear me try to figure out tech problems. It's the greatest. Please enjoy this music. Alright. Re-entering the call.
Because then you get like
Hey.
entirely extra quests. Hey, Dad's back. Okay.
Is it better?
It is better. We're back to
Yay.
it not being garbled.
Hooray!
Hey, you missed our
How's
whole
that?
discussion.
I did.
Oh, but I was having fun watching the captions as he mumbled to himself about everything.
Oh yeah, I knew the fact that I knew my mic was still live.
Oh no.
So basically, I was like, I could keep chatting because they can't hear me.
Oh, that's funny.
Because I knew the fact that basically because my mic goes directly to the stream as well as Discord. Technology. All right, so basically the auction. So basically, you've gotten the reveal of how the auction works. So basically, you're asked to convert money into TB coin.
Yeah, maybe not.
But you can then spend on the auction.
I don't even want that shit on my phone. It's gonna spy on me.
Yeah.
Don't worry, it is 100%. Basically, it is 100% insured. Basically, it is encrypted. It is kept. Basically, it is kept safe by
Is
the
this an
blockchain.
insurance scam?
I used to work tech
I
support
have
for an
questions.
insurance company. This does not sound like an insurance scam. I've seen insurance scams.
Oh gosh.
All right.
Notice I didn't say who the company was, so I didn't cost us that
Yep.
sponsorship too.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's smart.
Call us, insurance companies,
Yeah.
and Taco Bell.
Okay. Insurance scams exploding on the shoulder of Ryan. Comorbidity tables glittering like tears in the rain.
Are we nerds?
No, definitely not.
Okay. Just making sure. Got scared for a minute.
Yeah.
You stay
I-
like that one kid. Are we the bad guys?
Are we the nerdy?
I
Yes.
prefer
Yes, we are.
the term geek. Thank you very much.
Fair point.
All right, so
Hey, y'all, you want to see my party get really ticked off at me? I can't stand Blade Runner.
Get out.
bold
Get out.
statement to
Ban
make.
him. Ban
in the
him.
in the middle of a Cyberpunk stream, the man comes
Is
out
this where
against
I
Blade
admit
Runner.
I've never seen it?
Wow.
Oh my god. Watch the original.
Don't ban her. Fix her. Have her watch it.
Fix me! WTF?
You can't fix perfection. I know.
Oh, snap.
It was so
Wow.
boring.
Which version did you watch?
I have no idea, but it was about
Okay.
8 years ago.
Did it have Harrison Ford
those are
narrating at the
bold words.
beginning?
Those are bold words from someone that enjoys.
The black hole.
No, I was,
that is very
I was
definitely
gonna say
bold words for someone who
Ghostbusters,
enjoys the
but, you
black
know.
hole. Oof.
Hey, why we running up on Ghostbusters? What did Ghostbusters do to you? Did they like burn down your village? No, they removed the ghosts from your village.
Oh gosh.
Okay, putting a pin in this for later. That's the next stream, is just all of us fighting over nerd properties. Continue.
Tron is better than Blade Runner.
Discussing IPs.
I'll allow it.
Yeah,
Mark
okay.
is trying to.
I'm like trying to figure out like how you even compare those two.
I'm having trouble there.
I've
Okay,
never seen all
so
of Tron,
basically, so
huh?
you've gotten that. Yes, tech demo is Mark. Okay. That's hilarious. Okay. So in any case, you've gotten that information. Basically, that is 20 minutes up to the lead, basically to the auction. Basically, you can see that there are various blocks of basically have chunks of information. They seem to be mostly kind of categorized basically by it's like they're categorized by demographics. Like basically like footage of these people, footage from people from these either these types of people or people from these sections of the station. And it ranges basically, it seems to range from like everything from like browsing history to basically like places they actually visited and video and things like that. And there are like tiers under each one. So it's basically there's a section on that. There's a section on basically about like basically security reports is what basically is how they're spinning it on here. Like basically like reports on the security of basically this level of drone or this level of station security or things like that. Vulnerabilities in. And there are 6 million like caution words and basically try to legalese weasel words which have been written by someone who doesn't understand what legalese actually is but has seen it.
Oh, no.
So it's like this does not indemnify basically anyone. Basically, if you use this information at your own risk. It is purely gathered for basically educational purposes and etc. While very obviously being like, if you want to hack an X, this is what you basically buy this.
Oh my god.
And so basically, this is not we are not lawyers, but legally we cannot basically advise you to basically the Terabyte boys are not responsible for any misuse of this data. Basically, and you can see basically so all of those items are basically kind of up for auction on this site. Basically, they're not accepting bids yet, but they're letting you look ahead to see what's available and decide how much money. So you can decide how much money you want to put in. They all have starting bids. Basically, again, the data by section is basically kind of tiered lower. It's basically starting bids than the actual methods and security reports, which are tiered higher. So basically, you've got prices ranging in the hundreds of dollars to tens of thousands of dollars on this.
Wow.
But there is one item which is locked out as surprise reveal. That just basically has a starting bid of $1 million.
Holy moly.
And this is where Luna checks to see how much money Maru lifted? Question mark?
As of
How
right
much-
now, go ahead.
I was gonna say, how much did I manage to score?
You have enough for bids on everything except the mystery. You can't bid on everything, but like you can bid on all of the information, but not all of the information and all of the methods. So you can bid on some of the methods or maybe all of the information. Not guaranteed winning bids on it, but you have a decent chunk of change if you're throwing it against that. Because
Okay.
you suspect the high rollers aren't necessarily here for the blackmail stuff.
Okay. So Okay. Okay. And we're saying I've got and this is factoring in the monopoly money like rates of like transferring into that currency.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there are transaction fees and exchange fees and all.
Right.
Like there are lots of little small things, and you can hear that there's definitely some grumbling amongst the crowd. But like the biggest problem that you see right off the bat is there does not seem to be any way of exchanging back.
Oof.
I mean,
Of course
that's all of them. That's how they get you.
Yes.
Yeah. Can't pay my rent with Bitcoin. Okay. So how is okay, I know what the security of the real world crypto wallets are like, which is like LOLs, like a 1 on this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Theoretically,
Mm-hmm.
could I beat boop and reroute the traffic from people's transactions if they haven't occurred yet or if people are still in the process of doing them so it actually deposits it in my wallet?
Siphon it off mid-transaction. Oh my god, that's brilliant.
Can you tell that I may have sat here and thought about shit sometimes?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, exactly that. We're going to actually basically hijack all of the network traffic to this particular app or wallet or whatever. I'm not going to get into the basics of how they may have designed this because it sucks no matter what they did. And I'm going to basically pull an Office Space and put it into like one of our wallets. It doesn't have to be mine. I'm not trying to run away with everything. It should be accessible for the group, but whoever is going to make the bid, reroute it.
Okay. Here's the bargain I offer you.
Okay.
Basically, so yes you can do that. However, there are varying levels of success and difficulty to this.
Oh god.
Basically, the most basic level is you can do this at a relatively low difficulty. We'll say 8. But everybody knows you're doing it. Not you necessarily, but something is happening. Like transaction finishes and they don't see the money in their wallet.
They know, yeah, they don't know that it's you, but they know that it's happened.
Yes, basically, basically, people in the room whose transactions you're hijacking will know the fact that it's happening.
They won't necessarily even know whose wallet it went to. They'll all suspect him.
Exactly. Revolution. Revolution.
I love it.
Let them eat cake.
Okay.
And the rich.
Basically, it's a higher difficulty if you want to do it, so the fact that they think that they're actually still have money but don't.
No. Let him be torn apart by his own dogs.
Okay.
Yes.
As I know,
We're Game of Thrones in this bitch.
You can get everyone except the high rollers. You can't get basically IMX and basically the bigger crime families seem to have something else set up.
May I confer with the party for a moment?
Sure.
Yeah.
Do it.
Okay. Does anybody have any objections to just taking out what we can?
Not at all.
All right.
In fact, a follow-up question. Should I DDoS the high rollers while you're doing that?
Oh! Oh, yes, because we're roommates, and that makes total sense to me that you would know how to do at least some basic shit. Oh,
'Cause
Ability that she has.
If I keep them from doing what they're trying to do while you're siphoning off everybody else's, it just adds to the chaos.
oh my god, the score for this movie is incredible. Okay. Oh, yes. Okay. I'm down. So young. Bestie, my girl. All right, we gonna.
All right. One additional thing I will throw in here.
Oh,
Because
God.
you are working under a time crunch because you have literally 20 minutes to do this. You will be rolling with disadvantage unless you pull out the keyboard. You can't do this through the iHUD alone, basically, unless you basically pull out the keyboard. And basically, you know that's going to be at least somewhat noticeable.
Can
Bestie, I need to pee. Don't you need to pee? We should.
I
go
need to pee. Girls trip to the bathroom. Let's go.
You two cover for us? Okay, thanks.
Yup.
Bye.
Yup.
I don't know you people. What the hell?
Oh.
Okay.
Mike coming in with
Pulling
like,
out
the
that
girl-
keyboard.
The girl trip to the bathroom. I freaking love it.
I know who I'm calling when I finally do this in real life. Oh, God.
Okay.
I mean, what?
So, Jupiter and Mira, you have a vague clue. What's going on.
I mean, I'm not stupid.
No, you're not stupid. Basically, like, let's put it this way. Mara starts talking about the plan. And it's basically, like, it very quickly becomes, basically, she starts talking faster and basically starts pulling out terms, basically, and things like that, that basically, it's harder for her to basically to keep her excitement down, given what the plan is. And so eventually, basically, you get the basics of what you just discussed, but she gives you more detail than you probably needed. And then they disappear. Basically, Maru and Soyoung disappears. It basically disappear off to the bathroom without checking to make sure you fully comprehend. So, what are you basically? What are you and Jupiter doing at this point?
Well,
Like, you had the basic gist of the plan, which is basically when this goes off, this room is about to dissolve into chaos. Is the basic sense that you get off of basically what they're talking about.
So delicious.
This might seem a weird question. What does the ceiling above us look like? Because I was doing a search for train stations and I saw like 20 different types.
The answer is this is meant to look like a old like a London or New York subway, but because it's in a space station, it's a more condensed version of that. So the ceilings are lowered. They're made of basically kind of sound absorbing tile. Kind of a plastic type of tile, which has been kind of coated and treated to try to look like, basically like tile, but it's still very obviously just kind of like a plasticky thing that like the rest of the station.
Duct work or anything like that.
There's definitely ductwork because air basically all of the air in this place has to be brought in. So there are plenty of ductworks and things like that. If you're asking
Is
other
there
human-sized
any place
ductwork,
I'm asking if there's any place I can jump on up to, so I'm not in the middle of all the crap when it hits the fan.
the answer is yes. There is definitely some. Because again, there is leftover scaffolding from all the bunting and things like that from all the decorations that they've put up. Basically, you've got pipe and drape and basically some other like lighting rigs and scaffolding which are set up around the room. You also have, if you want to go down instead of up, if you can basically, you can also attempt to get under the scaffolding. since that's set up over the train tracks. Basically, it's making the room level, as it were.
I kind of want to go up, not down.
Okay.
Because up I can still see what's going on. Down means I'm underneath and blind.
Okay.
So I'm gonna find an area where not many people are facing, more towards the back of the room if possible.
Okay.
Find a good area to parkour on up there.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a parkour roll.
Okay. What does...
Actually, give me a stealth roll, adding your parkour as a specialty. Stealth in this particular game. Is 2d6 plus clever or click, plus a 5 and a security level. Security level in here is probably, basically, at this point, isn't too high. It's probably 10, I'm going to say.
Not 10?
Basically, it's the total.
Oh,
It's the
that's
total.
hacking. I was
5
like,
plus
I
5
need
plus
to
the
go
security level's at 5, so the difficulty you're aiming at is 10.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I realized I should need to clarify
It goes up
that.
to 9. It's like, why
Yeah.
are we at 10 and you're saying it's not too difficult?
10 total. 5,
Okay,
basically, so
so-
guard post, small security, busy train station, average office block. They're keeping an
So-
eye on people. They're not looking. They're keeping it mostly an eye on making sure people don't go up on stage or do something obviously offensive. Someone jumping up, they're not looking for someone to jump into the ring.
Okay.
Do you remember you have prep?
So I've got 2 dice. How do I add parkour?
Parkour is a specialty, I believe, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's also, you also have something else on your.
You said stealth.
If you roll a critical success on any action involving movement, gain advantage on your next action if it involves movement. If it also involves movement, right? It is stealth. You're taking a stealth action.
Okay.
So,
So I've
you're
got 2 dice and quick for that, and then where do I add in for parkour?
You have a parkour specialty. So that's bonus on the end. You have an action stealth specialty, which goes into your bonus at the end. If you're wanting to, basically if you're wanting to boost it using prep, that goes into number of dice.
Okay. I am going to do 1 prep. And where do I add when I go parkour? Just very
Now.
quietly. Where do I add that?
That's now. That's under bonus. It's an additional.
No,
+1
because
bonus.
+1 on rolls if you say parkour when doing a parkour action. Smart.
Yes, that's a +1 bonus. It's a +1 bonus.
So I've got a bonus of 3 now.
Correct. Yes,
Alright.
that's Mark the DM adding that in because that's just a funny joke.
That's Mark going, dang it, he did find the cheat sheet.
That's fine. You read the notes. Good. I will give you a +1 bonus for reading the notes.
Hey,
Barely.
what? Regarding the notes, I have a question.
Yes.
What is the current mood of this environment?
Formal.
Thank you.
In terms for the social mood, it is formal.
God, thank you.
No one is hostile. Basically everyone's trying to keep to it. So that's actually that is a critical because you rolled 2 1s. Ironically enough.
That's awesome.
And 11 beats the difficulty. So it is a critical success.
That'll
So
do,
you're
pig. That'll do.
so that gives you activate your parkour talent. So basically you will gain advantage on your next action if it also involves movement. So keep that in mind.
Right now, I'm just kind of creeping like Batman.
Yeah, you're not doing the Batman thing where you're up in the rafters. Okay. So Jupiter disappears, Mira.
Do I notice where she disappears to?
Did you give indication, Jupiter, before you went, or did you just go?
I'll be nice. I gave indication.
Okay. She'll tap you on the shoulder as she goes on the soldier. You are the soldier. On the shoulder, and basically you know enough basically to glance back later, basically glance back in that direction and guess where they ended up. Guess that she ended up
She
on
just
the...
whispers, "Parkour," as she walks by.
Probably.
Okay. Cool. Alright. So, Jupiter is taking, preemptive evasive action. Got it.
Suddenly you're the only one left in the room.
Okay, I'm the tough one. Not that nobody else is tough. Okay, being a former soldier, I'm gonna figure she probably got trained in the art of strategy, and so Mira is observing the room and selects the place based on how others are positioned, where she is least likely to get accidentally bowled over by somebody freaking out, like stampeding or whatever.
Okay.
And cannot be walked upon from behind. So kind of a back to a wall somewhere.
Okay.
And just waits at the ready to see what happens.
Okay. All right. So, any other actions before?
All hell breaks loose.
Yes.
Did
Before
you see that
before
Luna
the
had
bits
to
hit the
AFK?
fan, as it were.
Mark, did you see that Luna had to AFK?
No, I missed it. Okay.
It's in the Discord.
Oh, that's right. I
she's
closed
giving
it.
you-
I closed the chat.
She's giving you control of her character again.
Okay. I will let. Basically, Mike, you could probably take over just as well at this point, just to keep it in player control. You have access to her character sheet, to Maru's character sheet.
Mike?
Assuming Mike is still here. Or is Mike adding another tick to the he's muted column? Nope.
Apparently is
And
gone.
then there were two.
Oh,
Oh,
I'm
he says
here,
I'm here. Not muted anywhere.
Huh.
I can tell Discord's not getting your voice because your thing isn't lighting up. So
It's not lighting up. Yeah, he's resetting audio.
okay. Hang on.
Audio issues on a Lore Link stream?
Can you-
Inconceivable.
It's more likely than you
Can you
think.
hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, hi, Mike.
Okay, because it was showing me as speaking in Discord. I'm not muted in Discord. Everything was looking good on my end. You just all couldn't hear me.
That's weird.
Yeah, it's super weird. All right.
Tech
So,
issues
I
during
will-
a
yeah.
Cyberpunk stream.
Yeah.
Never.
It's more likely.
Not
than you
ever.
think.
Okay. Who should roll first for the hacking that's going on?
In the back.
Do you want me to deal with the DDoS first, or should we deal with the actual siphoning off of the money first?
We'll start with the siphoning off of money.
Okay, opening up Maru's character sheet. Okay, and so this would be how many dice and what skill? It looks like it may already be set.
That's probably from their last hacking.
Okay.
So
It's from their last hack.
basically, hacking. Basically, you start with this. It's going to be the base is going to be 2d6.
Yep.
Plus, then basically plus whichever stat this is, this is hacking.
Clever.
This is spoof. So it is clever.
Clever. Hacking 2 gives 2 bonus.
Correct.
Assets data bomb, hacking suite, ghost protocols.
Data bomb, basically, data bomb, basically, you may spend 1 prep to activate this during a hack. You gain advantage during your next 3 hacking rolls in this network. And if it has an active administrator, they have disadvantage on their next roll against you. Ghost protocol says you may spend 1 prep when you begin a hack to gain 1 additional chance on your ghost and boost your first hacking attempt made within the network.
Done. Do that. So that gives advantage 1 and an additional bonus. Is that correct?
So you're going with Ghost Protocols and Memory Worm, or and basically just Ghost Protocols, or Ghost Protocols and Data Bomb?
Data bomb and ghost protocols. And Luna, I'll let you take over. I'm working on just getting your die roller set.
Okay, yeah.
Activate data bomb and ghost protocols. Like flip all the knobs for this.
Yes. I mean, this is what I brought him for, homie. Let's do that. Yeah, let's
Okay.
burn our programs.
Okay, so that's 2 prep you're spending on that.
And it gives 1 advantage and an additional bonus on top of the 2 bonus we already had for hacking.
Oh god.
Unless I screwed something up. So
Okay.
yeah,
Basically,
go ahead and roll that
it
bad
gives
boy.
you a boost on your first hacking action. So
What?
that's
I don't know what boost means. I'm sorry.
plus
That's what
1
I'm.
die.
Ah,
Basically, boost
so
gives
not
you plus
bonus.
1
It's an
die.
extra die. So Got it.
And the data bomb
Plus
is giving you
advantage.
advantage. So you have plus 1, basically plus 1 boost and plus 1 advantage. If you fail, basically you get essentially how both stealth and hacking work under a 3 strikes and you're out.
Okay.
So it's if you screw up, you lose a strike. And if you need to reactivate it, the ghost is what you use to get back, basically get back under cover, as it were, in the system.
Yep. Roger that.
Network mood is definitely hostile.
We're ready to do this?
This is going to be probably a 6 difficulty, or seriously 6 network level.
Roll it.
So that gives you an 11 difficulty.
Push the button.
Push it. You got this.
Oh wait, I thought you were setting it up.
Like somebody pushed it.
I got it set up in your character sheet, but you can push the button. It should be
Can't.
310 clever 2.
310 clever. Oh my god, you can update mine. Holy crap, that's cool.
Yes.
Everybody has access to this character sheet.
Okay. 14! 14? Does a 14 hit?
Hell
Woohoo!
yeah.
Yes,
Oh.
that beats the 11 that you needed.
By
Okay.
3. By 3, in fact.
So, because you're the type of hacker that you are, you actually have a little display that starts like going up in numbers, just kind of scrolling over digital display. Quietly, at least. It's not making noise. Well, actually, it is, but only in your headphones.
Cha-ching. Cha-ching. Sorry.
It's like a jackpot payout
Yeah.
on a slot.
Oh. Beautiful.
So basically, that is starting to happen. So now we'll flip over to Soyoung. So you're advising your followers. Thank you, Tony. Basically, you're advising your followers to essentially, basically DDoS.
On the DL.
You cannot
Remember,
do it
I'm
on
not
the.
here.
You cannot do it on the DL.
Oh, I cannot do it on the DL?
Yes, basically, if you read the last line of DDoS, man.
Oh no.
I don't. Where would I? Oh, it's in the full setting thing.
Yeah,
My
in the
bad.
cheat sheet.
Wreck.
Oh god. So. Oh god, there's no way I can like lend anything to like.
Basically, so the only
Okay,
basically.
Fine. It's come to my attention that these particular groups are up to some no good, planning on investing in some really nefarious tech. So how about we stop them?
Okay,
Let's do it, baby girl.
You're trying to turn this into a whistleblower type thing.
Absolutely.
Anti-corporate
Okay.
sentiment.
With that said, though, does that mean I get my social media specialty as well as my DDoS talent?
Yes.
Okay. What does the talent do again?
So basically, you are making it. Basically, you are essentially. We'll call this threaten. That makes the most sense here.
Okay.
So clever or cool versus basically versus cool of a single target.
Cool.
Okay. And basically, you're going to get basically like the action just lets you do it. Basically, how effective you are at basically of channeling it to the right place is what this is going to end up being.
Got it.
Because otherwise, basically, if you screw this roll up, what you end up with is basically a bunch of people take their website offline, and you're like, okay, guys,
You not what I meant.
You ripped a post off
Thanks.
a wall.
Exactly. Okay. And this is not something that I explicitly prepped for, so.
I mean, you can spend prep, however, basically, basically prep points are generic, basically, like, you're like, oh, actually, in my time when I was doing all this, I was also preparing for this, or that, or this, or that.
Okay. Okay. Which probably means that one of the things that I have queued up in the video feed is
a call to action
related
type.
to
Yeah,
a call to action type of
you
thing.
doing
Okay,
a call to
perfect.
action in a very obvious place, which is not here, which you can basically you've left a slide blank for. I need you got basically this is what you need to go after. Take down this, call this number,
Perfect.
etc., etc.
I will spend as much prep as I can then.
So you can basically, I believe. Let me check.
And the prep spend just gives you additional die. Yeah.
That's one of the prep spends. I'm going to say you're going to need to spend one point of prep to negate disadvantage, because this is a slightly more technologically specific thing. So you're basically this isn't just take down this person's social media. You're telling them to do a very specific tech thing.
Yeah.
So you normally have disadvantage on that. So you're spending 1 point of prep to do that.
Can I spend a second point of prep to gain a die or gain advantage?
Yes. Basically, prep can be spent in any combination you like. You can spend 2 prep to boost a roll and negate disadvantage, or use a flashback to explain. Let me double check to make sure you can only see whether you can spend it. You can only boost once per roll.
Okay. So the boost, I have to spend the boost to remove disadvantage.
No, basically negate disadvantage is a different use of prep.
Got it. Okay. So
You're spending 2 prep
One,
so
and
far.
then boost is a whole another die. It's not just advantage.
Correct. It's a whole nother.
Okay. All right, then I think we're good. I have a bonus 1, 3 dice, and cool ability, no disadvantage. I'm calling it.
Okay.
Yes.
And that's 2 5s, so that is a crit.
Blessed.
Yes.
So you managed to make sure in your prep ahead of time, you managed to basically make sure that you targeted and called out specific groups of your fans, which you know to be the more nerdier ones of your fans.
Yes.
So they're more likely to basically understand when you're asking for something more particular. Okay, so basically that's what you guys. That's what you guys are
Screw
doing.
those deep pockets.
That's what you guys are doing in the bathroom. So Mira and basically Jupiter, you will see the Whipple effect definitely start to spread out from the room. It's a couple people at first, basically, and then basically it'll definitely start to get louder and angrier as people start comparing notes, as people start basically like you get some people who try once, doesn't work, they'll do it again. Like dump even more money into it, etc. And basically then you're going to start to get you're now basically you'll have 3 sections here essentially. You'll have section 1, which is people start murmuring and noticing. It is up to you if you guys want to do anything during that section.
I think we should all at least be miming, like, yeah, what the hell, man? Like,
I think
blending in.
you and I are stuck out of
Basically,
sight for this.
this
Oh,
is
yeah,
what-
that's true. We're still
Mara and
bathroom.
Seong, basically, you are at this basically you are going to be basically up until like stage 3. You'll be either in doing the act or setting off the DDoS or cleaning your tracks and getting out of the network.
Totally fine, and I'm glad we're in the toilets because I think we're gonna need it.
So that's stage 1 for Mira and
Oh
Jupiter. Stage 2 is going to be people are basically you're starting to get the crowd is going to start basically vocalizing basically annoyance, flagging people down, staffers and things like that, and complaining, basically asking to talk to the manager.
Everybody goes full Karen.
Yes. Then stage 3 is when things will start to get more physical. Basically, you'll start to see people will actually start to try to confront or basically get physically in the face of basically Fortran. And basically you'll start to see that the you're going to basically, obviously, you know, Mira, that the reaction to that is going to cause the bodyguards and the patrols to more focus in on Fortran.
Yes.
So you
So
have those
stage-
3 stages in which to, basically, if you want to take actions.
In stage 1, Mira will take out her phone and start scowling at it like, oh my gosh, what is happening on my phone? Oh, this isn't very good. And,
Nice.
uh-huh. And in stage 2, she'll basically be parroting like what other people around her are saying. What's happening to my money? Oh no! Yada. Oh, I don't have any access. I just have the blue screen of death. How dare?
My apes all gone.
I really wanted that ape.
All my apes gone, I think was the guy's quote.
All my apes are belong to them. And in stage 3, she will put her phone away and be prepared for
Yeah,
people to
there's the
start swinging fists, throwing things, and she just wants to be ready to dodge and move. And she is watching the bathroom door to know when they should begin to make their exit.
Okay.
Because she assumes that the others coming out will indicate that it's time.
I will remind you of one thing, because Mira would be on task and remember this.
Oh, good, because I have had 3 hours of sleep.
One of the reasons why you're here is for the physical backups.
Oh, right. Scheisse. Do we know
This
where
could-
those are? Did I miss that info?
They're on a necklace that Fortran is wearing.
Okay, it's okay. All right. In that case, in stage 3, she's going to use other people getting in the guard's face to get closer, but not try to provoke any of their attention, so that she's within striking distance of Fortran.
You do have someone else who can help you. Jupiter, what are you doing?
Well, currently I'm staying stashed away enjoying the show.
Mm-hmm. You also know that one of your goals.
Yeah. The thing is, it's like, even with my thieving skills, I'm still trying to figure out how to get that damn thing from around his neck without raising too much.
I'm suddenly envisioning Jupiter, like, dropping from the ceiling, like
Well, Tom
Catherine
Cruise.
Zeta-Jones in Entrapment. Yeah, or Tom Cruise.
Yeah, because I'm not seeing anything in my specialties or assets or augments to help me out on that. Okay, for right now, I'm just sitting there kind of staring at a dude grow, trying to figure out how to get that drive off his neck. Since I'm not
Okay.
allowed to take his head with it.
Okay. So, the advice I will. Music got a little louder. Okay. And this is a little bit louder. The sound balancing between all these sounds is not the best. That should fix it, hopefully.
Don't get me started on sound balancing and streaming.
Okay. So, basically one of the biggest options you have is awesome. Is that you can use a distraction to get closer. You know that there's about to be a lot of people. If you basically, like right now, if nothing happens, the guards are going to be able to take Fortran out of the room. Basically, that is, if you do nothing, that's what's going to happen. Basically, they'll close ranks and get him out. If a scuffle starts and he doesn't get, basically, if something happens to basically get to him, you and Mira could probably team up to distract and then steal.
But I did all this work to get up
Hmm?
here.
I mean, if I'm the distract and you're the steal,
Yes.
Yeah, that's
I'm assuming the
makes
thief
sense,
is
'cause
thieving.
you're a thief.
so. I'm going to get. Yes, he's making me leave the ceiling, and I am really, really irate.
Making the introvert interact at the party. How dare he?
So
I mean, she's such a cheerful thief.
remember, I gotta chew someone's ear off for like half an hour talking about anime. So, is there a way? I did not literally chew. No. Is there a way to get closer before I drop back down to the ground, or do I have to use the scaffolding right now and just start moving around the edge of the room to get behind?
The answer is it will be a stealth movement thing, but you'll have advantage on it because it's another movement action given your previous parkour.
Okay. So if we're doing a stealth, I'll be quick again. The prep gave me a die, right? Or a bonus?
Prep gives you a boost, which gives you an extra die.
Okay.
The parkour gives you advantage, gives you one advantage.
Which is
for your next movement action.
No advantage. Okay.
Yeah.
I've got that. And I get one for stealth.
Yep, this is an action stealth. Like normally you don't have to normally you don't have to reroll basically reroll stealth, but this is because you are basically you're encountering a unique challenge with a slightly higher security level.
And I get another bonus for parkour, and I get another bonus for whispering parkour as I do it.
Yes.
Okay, so okay. Big money, no whammies. You gave me a bunch of ones last time. Let's make it up this time. That hopefully
4, 2,
works.
5, 1. 16. That is enough. So basically, you can essentially through some clever leaps and other stuff, you can essentially make it onto this stage area.
Slay.
All right, so
Parkour is much funnier when you say parkour while doing it.
We need to petition the authors of this game to add that. It's so good.
okay, now while I am focusing on the necklace, and I know we're not at that point yet.
I mean, I'm assuming you're focusing
how
in
am I
on
staying,
it.
How am I staying stealthy when I'm on the stage, though?
Well, basically, you're in the lighting rigging on the stage.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yes. Basically, I'm assuming that you are above. Basically, you are remaining above ground, which is why it was more difficult.
Yes. So probably.
You're going from lighting rig to pipe and drape to, basically to more lighting rigs and other stuff and like bunting and things like that.
So I figure when Mira starts the distraction, that's when I will drop down and try to get the thing off his neck.
Okay. So, Mira, you'll notice him in position. And assuming we're moving to stage 3.
Yep. Okay.
So, basically, people are starting to get physical, starting to shove, guards are starting to close.
Okay, let me...
Then Maru and Soyoung, this is when you essentially come out of the... Basically, you are done in the bathroom at this point.
Don't forget to wash your hands.
In the blood of my enemies. Ooh.
Okay. I'm reading. Okay. Can I use bullshit on the...
In general, in TTRPGs, yes.
on the crowd around me to inflame the tensions more and get them to start pushing the guards around.
Okay, so you're trying to spark them into physical violence before the guards are expecting it to actually happen.
Yeah, like I want the guards to be occupied so they cannot try to whisk what's his twink away.
Fortran.
Yeah, him.
Okay. Sure. I will go ahead and give you a bullshit roll.
So that's 2d6 plus cool. And I have an action bullshit specialty, so that'll give me 1 bonus, right? Okay. Here we go. Yeah.
Solid. 5 plus 6. Nice roll on 2d6. Didn't even need to boost it. Okay. I must have it only set to like display one emote from a chat thing. We'll have to change that for the emote wall next time.
I might be able to do that while you're doing
Sure.
things.
Okay, so basically you will essentially be like, they're taking it away, they're starting to get out, they're taking the money and run, they're cutting it, get them. And basically,
Yeah, like, hey, he's a thief. This is all just a big scam.
okay.
I want my money back.
So one of the organized thugs, basically, will take a swing.
At me?
No, at one of the guards. Basically, essentially basically, get out of the way, punk. And so that will basically the situation will essentially devolve into chaos. So you have a shot to, because you were ready for it, essentially, get up in the face of Fortran. So this is going to be basically going into fighting. You're going for distract. So basically it's make a melee or ranged attack and then describe using some element of the environment to distract your target. Examples: throwing office supplies, activating a sprinkler system, setting up a fire extinguisher, things like basically doing something. And so go full basically that is your, well, that's all over the place. Okay. I didn't track whether it was multiples of the same one. That's what I should have done though. Oh well. In any case, yes, there are multiples of the same one in there.
Multiples.
So, basically, Mira, you've got your, basically, take your punch and then tell me how you are, basically, essentially distracting him during this key moment, besides just punching him in the face, which is obviously somewhat of a distraction.
Wait, hold on.
Yes?
I lost the thread. The last thing I heard was organized crime thug taking swing at terabyte boy.
Yes.
Thug.
Basically, the fight breaks out, and the front row of people, which you're part of, start grappling with the Terabyte Boys, security, stopping them from getting into position, which gives you a chance to push through and get to Fortran. At least, you get at least a shot at him before the bodyguards are going to step in.
I see. Okay, so I get an opportunity to attack Fortran.
And there's an action under attack, which is distract. So it's an attack, and then you do something to basically keep his attention on you.
Okay. One moment. Okay, so I Mira reaches out, grabs Fortran by the lapels of his coat and starts shaking him back and forth, yelling, "Give me your phone! I want my money back! You give me my money back!"
Okay. Give me a melee attack, which is 2d6 plus quick or tough, and add any martial arts or melee stuff you have. Like basically that applies here, plus any prep you want to throw in.
Yes. Okay. 2d6 plus tough plus my MMA bonus, and then I am going to spend my 1 prep to get advantage, which is another die, right?
No, it's not advantage. It's basically you're getting boost, but that is another die.
Okay, so I just click the dice.
Yeah, you should have 3 instead of 2.
So it'll be 3 dice plus tough plus bonus.
Yep.
All right, here we go. Oh, she's shaking him hard. She's got him off balance.
Like an English nanny.
Your practice with the shake wake at the gym ahead of time has paid off here.
Hit him like a Polaroid picture.
Yeah.
So basically, you fully have his attention.
Uh-oh.
So
Nice.
that gives advantage to Jupiter, who I assume comes off the ceiling at this point to grab the necklace.
Yes. This is when I drop down, grab the necklace, and just start pushing my way towards the exit.
Okay.
So,
This is going to be quick. Is the
Yes.
stat. And obviously anything involving thievery or things like that will apply. You will have advantage.
and because this is tricky, I'm going to go ahead and use that boost 1 tough roll. I assume this is a tough roll, right?
No, basically tough
Survivor?
is the stat. You can use prep
Oh,
to
okay.
boost, however.
Oh, that's what I meant. I thought it meant difficult, not
No, it is the tough stat.
okay.
A
So
la
I'm gonna-
strength in D&D.
Yeah.
Yep. Strength con is what tough is used for in this one.
Yeah.
So I've got the 2 normal, the 1 for personal prep, a bonus for stealth. And I think that's about it, right?
Yep. All comes down to this die roll.
Thanks, really. You see what happens? You see what
Holy
happens?
cow!
Wait, that's 4 ones. Is that a crit?
What?
Oh
What?
my gosh!
How did that even
What?
happen?
Wow. Wow, we
Just
just
because I've been rolling well all afternoon. That's
No,
why.
wait. Is it a crit? Because it's all ones?
it is a crit, but it is still a failure. So essentially what it means is you grab it and you try to pull, hoping that the pull will snap it, but it's just secure enough that it doesn't snap. So the position you end up with instead is you're now garroting him.
Keep going. This is still a win.
I mean, I'm not seeing how this is a failure.
The problem is that takes time and the bodyguards are closing in. So that is what you got, what Soyoung and basically Maru will see when they come out.
Oh god.
Is you glance towards the stage and you can see basically Jupiter basically yanking back on something, and basically you've got basically Fortran reaching for his throat, and Jupiter has this odd expression on her face like, wait, what?
Jupiter and Mira are basically
Nice.
playing tug of war with Fortran.
Yes. So, guards are going to start closing in and going after Jupiter and Mira, obviously. Mira and Jupiter, you'll have first actions, and then Maru and Soyoung, you can tell me what you're doing. Based on the results of what they're doing. So we'll start with Mira and Jupiter just to keep it going on that side.
Yeah. Go for it.
Do I have anything sharp in my thieving gear?
I mean, yes.
Can I pull it? Can I pull it out and get the necklace cut off?
Yes, but you'll have a disadvantage because you're going to have to keep one hand on the necklace during this. Otherwise, you know, if you let go of this, he's going to grab it and be holding it, and it's going to make it really awkward for you to get.
Okay, so would the better use of my other hand be to grab the necklace with the other hand and just snap?
That will switch it to a tough roll instead. But it won't have a disadvantage.
Don't you also have something that benefits your tough rolls?
Yeah, but I mean the tough is lower, but it is what it is. So let's go tough. Let's drop that last personal prep count. Oh wait, I can only do one boost, can't I?
No, you can do multiple boosts.
Oh, okay.
You can only use prep to give you one boost.
Gotcha. So let's do that. Boost one tough roll there. And I know nothing. Would disable security fall under this?
No.
Damn it. It's worth a shot.
What if you had a baseball bat?
I'm willing to be lenient, but that's a little too far.
Okay, so we're just looking at 4 dice. Nothing else on tough?
I will allow you to add thievery as a specialty bonus. Because
You
basically,
didn't give me thievery.
What?
You didn't give me thievery.
That's what I'm saying. I will allow you to have the thievery specialty. You have a thievery
Okay.
specialty, right?
No.
Do we not? Did you not have thievery?
You gave me a thief with really, like, no thieving skills whatsoever.
It's just assume it falls under things. Cool.
It's almost like you threw this together at the last minute.
Hey, these are the
Damn.
these are the pre-gens. I won't hold that.
The bloodlust from Tony's character is seeping into his real life. Get him, girl.
It's late and I'm getting hangry. So we
Okay.
got 4. We got 1 for
I will give you one
advantage.
from martial arts. How about that?
Okay. So I swear to freaking God, do not give me 4 ones
If you
again.
managed to roll all ones again, I'll just give it to
There
you.
we go. That's better.
Yes!
Ooh!
Hell yes!
That'll
Where
be
were you
Okay.
last
big.
round?
There
Where
we
were
go.
you
Hold on.
last round?
All right.
Okay.
So the necklace snaps, and basically you see Jupiter yank it back, and basically Fortran's eyes go wide because he now basically there's no way he misses this happening now. So he's going to basically start to shout and scream. So it's your action.
That he
here.
is.
Okay. Is it my turn?
Yes. We're in
Are
solid
we
state
on the
initiative.
stage right now?
You are.
Okay. And is the stage elevated?
A little
above the
bit, yeah.
floor? Mhm.
It's probably like probably 3 feet up.
All right, perfect. We are going to pulling a little of the feng shui attitude here. And, Mira still has a hold of his jacket lapels. And she sees Jupiter pull that necklace away. And she sees the recognition dawning in Fortran's eyes.
Yep.
He's starting to yell. And so she is going to headbutt him right in his stupid nose. And turn and huck him, push him off the stage into the crowd.
All right. Give me an attack, follow basically an attack with a grab action. Okay.
Okay, so grab action. I need to grab what that is. I mean, I already have grabbed the target.
Basically, you shaking him was distraction, not grab. So
I see.
basically, you don't have a firm hold of him. Like he is able to break free of your kind of loose grip on him. So go ahead and make the attack roll, which is
Tough.
2d6 plus tough. Plus specialty in martial arts.
What is his size relative to mine?
He's about the same size as you.
Okay.
You probably outmass him slightly, but
I mean, I do work out.
yes, he does not.
No, he's.
Girl,
I work out.
He
Girl, look
seems
at
like
that.
kind of a schlub. Okie dokie. So, 2 dice, tough, and I'm gonna use my MMA bonus. Because grappling is hella MMA.
Yes.
And here we go. No.
It's a dice roller has turned on you all. So you shove it. Basically, you go to headbutt him.
It's a crit, though. It's a crit.
It is a crit. Basically, you miss with the headbutt. Basically, you don't actually hit him in the nose. But what you end up doing instead is basically you go to yank him, and he's so much of a kind of that basically hypermetabolism, does a lot of cocaine twig. That basically your initial yank to pull him just essentially ends up you end up kind of tossing him over your shoulder in a fireman's carry and just kind of basically tossing him backwards. So you're kind of throwing him into the crowd. He is still shouting that his necklace is stolen and basically yeah, but he is also being devoured by the crowd, as it were.
Oh no.
So that is where he is ending up. So essentially, this is the moment where all of you need to get the heck out of here, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
So
Yes,
Maru and Soyong, you can see this happen. What are you two going to do?
We're gonna pop on. I'm at least gonna pop on out of the bathroom. Presumably, we're gonna do this together. Be like, what the crap happened? You can't even take a leak without all shit breaking loose. Frick. Head on out with the crowd.
The Setek, it's bold of you to assume that he's married.
Yeah, this character would not have the charisma to.
He spent all the wedding money on apes.
Oh. He left her because she just doesn't understand apes. Okay. So you announced that to no one in particular, say because no one's by the bathrooms at this point.
That's fair.
The best thing is you're probably
Time to get
stepping
out of
out
Dodge then.
expecting to having to make an excuse, and then
Yeah.
you come out and you see the chaos because you're like, oh no.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I assumed that. Never mind. I'm gonna wait.
Okay. Maru?
Okay, here's a question. Here's a semantics question. If I have +1 to scooters, are we reading that as Vespas, or that I am totally walking around with a cute little like RGB Razor scooter in my backpack or whatever?
You had basically. It is up to you which one you want it to be.
Okay, I am whipping out the Razor scooter. All right, and I am getting on that thing, and I am like ringing the little bell on it or whatever, and we scooting out of here, baby.
Okay. You're gone.
Cackling maniacally all the way.
Yeah, actually, is there room for So Young to jump on the back and we just scoot off into like victory?
I am fine with that.
Excellent.
That's good. So it's good. The two of you just basically go out. You do a cool basically a cool kind of duck under thing to get through the turnstile, and you are gone.
Okay, also, I just want to point out that since this is based on 90s anime, when I do initially like pull out the Razor scooter and flick it open, there's like the slow-mo with the cherry blossoms that like go in front of it type
Dear
thing.
Lord.
Like this is how we roll. No pun intended.
Check. Okay. So, that said, basically, so they're out. So here's what happened. Basically, we're gonna wrap out. So Mira and Jupiter are also going to Scarper at this point. So basically, the last bit of basically the plot hook kind of thing to this is you are getting out, and one of basically you're starting to go. One of the guards pulls their gun, and tries to do the cool intimidate thing and fire into the ceiling, thinking, "Hey, maybe this will actually stop. Basically, maybe this will get everyone to calm down."
No, everybody's gonna panic.
Well, no, it has multiple effects. Basically, like panic, you'd be fine with panicking because that gets people out at least. So basically, some of the lesser people, some of the lesser investors and things like that, the zealots will book out. Some of the organized crime people,
Oh no.
will of course pull their own guns.
Draw down.
Yeah. And that will escalate the situation that direction. But what nobody sees coming is that there's a roar from the covered cage, and a tentacle whips out and just grabs the guy and hucks him across the room.
Please God, let me uwu.
No.
Then other tentacles will come out and basically rip the sheet and the cage that's underneath it off, revealing this weird polyhedral basically thing with tentacles coming out of it that will proceed to lay waste to the room. Mira and Jupiter will get out of dodge, basically getting out to the sounds of gunfire and screams, basically in the room behind them.
Oh, sure, tentacle thing can kill people, but I can't. I see how it is.
I voted for Team Kill. It's everyone else's fault. We have done nothing wrong.
So that is how this heist ends, basically, as you guys scarper out.
Oh.
Leaving something awoken behind. News reports later will give various different excuses, but all of them seem to kind of basically not mention the thing that was in there. basically suggesting that whatever it is something that everybody wants covered up. Though basically looking into news channels and things like that, you will find basically the word dreamer thrown around a lot, which appears to be some kind of like not artificially. Basically, it's a combination of artificial intelligence and animal intelligence that gains sentience. And basically,
Nice.
people have been talking about those basically being out there. And this is your first encounter with one of them. And that is what would lead you into the next adventure if we run this in the future. Is
Oh,
dealing
hell
with
yes.
that.
Yes, please.
Nice.
In any case, basically you will make it out. Sadly, basically, Maru, you will end up basically your initial drain will give you basically the moderate money you're able to distribute to all of you,
Yay.
which will basically that is how I'm going to justify you not having to make economic shock rolls or anything like that for this adventure. You all will be able to live comfortably off that. The massive siphon thing you pulled off at the end, however, just leaves you with a wallet full of TB coin, which isn't particularly useful.
Oh. Because we can't transfer it back very easily.
I'm sorry, have you never heard of pig butchering schemes? This is plenty useful.
Yeah, it's fair. It's fair.
I'll make it work.
You gave Luna
So-
the wrong character. You realize this, right? Just
You will receive basically many basically you'll receive confused thank yous from basically from Susie, who's like, I don't want to know what you did. I don't want to know why you did it. Basically, I don't want to know what happened in there, or basically any details. And I don't even want you to confirm or deny you were involved. I'm just glad to say that the threat seems to be gone. And you'll quickly figure out that the Terabyte boys are pretty much just scattered. Though there have basically, in the wake of the weird thing, some other weird characters have been poking around, asking questions about the
interesting.
event.
you know the ones
Fortune
that I made
favors those with
should be
friends.
thanking me.
So,
The violence backpack will return in Adventure 2.
so
It's back.
thank you. Thank you all for playing. Thank you all for watching. We've reached the end of this game. And basically, as a end commercial for what we're doing, this has been LoreLink, basically the system that you see below me, which I was using for referencing notes and all that, storing group prep and things like that. All that is basically our GM management tool. Basically, it's a way of taking taking notes and all of those basically notes and post-it notes and various scattered systems and things like that you may have scattered throughout the place, storing them all in one place. Things I didn't reference, but I had in here for like hacking events, social events. I had all those stat rolls and things like that in there. So if I needed to get them, I had them as well. So that is basically the reason why we have it. Even in a game which was 99% improv, by basically in some ways I didn't have anything specific planned out for the auction other than it was going to happen. But basically keeping track of things, keeping notes and things like that. And so now I'm basically taking notes on basically on that. Yes, Luna raises an excellent point. Basically, the game is Hardwired Island. It is available on sale on DriveThruRPG. So basically, if you enjoyed the game system and you're interested in finding out more about it, do pick it up. Basically, support indie publishers. It is also available for sale through their website. So if you want to give them a slightly more of a direct, it is available for purchase on their website. I don't know if it's on sale on their website or not. I will state that. It was available through Kickstarter. They are selling it through their company. If you Google Hardwire Island, you will find them. So it's a really excellent, interesting system. It does a lot of great things. It does a lot of focus. It adds a lot of cool stuff like focus on community and things like that you saw. So basically do check them out for that. Basically later wrap-ups, basically things like that, the usual comments. If you enjoyed watching the stream, thanks for watching it. If you want to see more of this stuff, two things you can do. One, you can follow us here on Twitch, which will get you notified anytime we do any other streams. You can subscribe to us if you want all those emotes that you saw being spammed. Basically, you don't even have to spend real money. If you have an Amazon Prime account, you can hook those two things up and spend Jeff Bezos' money on us. We will take it. It spends as much as anything else. Basically, if you are curious about previous things, about the planning streams that I did to start building out the stuff you see in Lore Link, that spends more than TV coin. Basically, the planning stream that I saw that I had to build that is available on our YouTube channel. If you're watching this on YouTube, you can subscribe and hit that bell and things like that in order to get notified there when we have future streams. If you like the video, that gives us a solid signal. Hey, I enjoyed this and I want to see more of it. So we enjoy that as well. You can also catch the archives of previous streams on there as well. Try to think if there's anything else I need to do. We'll have another stream here next Tuesday, April 1st. Mike will be running his planning stream for his ongoing Pathfinder game. Basically, Quest for the Frozen Flame, Pathfinder 2nd Edition. And then basically next Tuesday I'll be streaming something once I get that locked down, either video games or talking about role-playing stuff with a friend. We'll figure that out somewhere between now and then. Social media manager is sighing in my ear, I can tell.
Hey, I'm always game to clean the next vehicle in Warhammer 40K too, so that's always a backup.
We've got that in our back pocket. All that said, thank you all for watching and listening. Basically, does anybody here have anything they're doing that they want to plug? Since you've been awesome and basically letting me run this stream for you, I'm more than willing to let you plug your own stuff if you have anything you want to plug.
You can follow me over on my channel if you want. I'm a gamer.
Definitely should.
Okay. Yep, 20 does some great streams. All right. All that said, okay, I think we're good here. So we will head off and basically we'll ride off into the sunset and catch you all later. Thanks for watching.
Have a good night. Thanks.
Bye, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
Don't follow us on Twitch. That's a Twitter. That's a bad slide. Ignore that slide.